Clerk Reed, could you please take the roll?
Yes, Alderman Braithwaite.
Here.
Alderman Nguyen.
Here.
Alderman Wilson.
Here.
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
She's here.
Alderman.
Here.
Sorry about that. I'm here.
Yeah, no problem. Alderman Sufferton.
Here.
Alderman Ravel.
Here.
Alderman Rainey. And sorry, I don't see Alderman Rainey here. And then Alderman Fleming.
Here.
Alderman Fisk.
Here.
All right. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Clerk Reed. Welcome everybody to the April 27th, 2020 Evanston City Council meeting. We have all of our aldermen here except right now for Alderman Rainey. I didn't hear her chime in, but I expect that she'll be here. So we should have everybody here tonight. Again, as everyone can tell from home, we are virtual.
Mr. Mayor.
So yeah, we're virtual. So we're going to have to move right now to have this meeting virtually. So Alderman Wilson, would you make a motion?
Thank you. I move that we suspend rules to conduct the meeting through teleconference utilizing the Zoom software.
Second. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so welcome everybody. We're virtual and we're going to go ahead and get this meeting underway. Couple announcements before we begin. One is coming up May 3rd to the 9th is Evanston Public Service Week. And I think it's really appropriate that we're taking a moment to recognize all of the public servants that work for this city, including those that are elected that are on in this meeting tonight, all of our aldermen, but all of our city staff who are working in uncertain times, just like everybody is these days. But many have an essential duty and responsibility to all of us here in Evanston. And I know the aldermen are super, super proud of the work of our city employees at this time. We are blessed here in Evanston really to have a superb and an outstanding professional group of people that work for the city of Evanston. I, Stephen Howard Haggerty, Mayor of City of Evanston, do announce and proclaim to all citizens of Evanston that May 3rd to the 9th, 2020 will be Evanston Public Service Recognition Week, and commend all of our city employees for delivering quality service. All citizens encourage you to recognize the accomplishments and the contributions of public employees in providing responsive and effective government for Evanston. If you ask yourself the question, what's government done for me today? It's hard to not think of what government hasn't done for you today. You may not always be happy about it, but government is there. We're seeing the importance of government right now with this pandemic. So thank you to all of our public employees and everybody that works so hard for this city, including our aldermen. The second announcement is International Compost Awareness Week, and that's coming up May 3rd to the 9th as well. And this comes on the heels of Earth Week, or Earth Day, which was last Wednesday. So many people in this community who are working hard on the environment and climate change held workshops last week and lots of other virtual meetings. And composting is one component, right, of keeping our earth in balance. And in Evanston, we're doing a lot in composting as well. One, if you're a resident out there and want to compost in your own backyard, you actually can do that. It needs to be rodent-proof composting since we do live in a city. But we have information on the city website about that. We have a partnership with Collective Resources, a wonderful woman-owned business here in town, where you can compost food through Collective Resources. And again, you can find that information on the city website. And a couple of years ago, we changed it so the yard waste bins that each of us have, or many of us have, can also accept food scraps. So you take food scraps, put them in the yard waste bin. And then, of course, we have our Northwestern and our District 65 green teams who are doing a lot to try and compost now food scraps from these big institutional facilities that we have. So really proud of everything that folks are doing here to bring composting to the forefront. This year's theme is Soil Loves Compost. Right? Love it because the compost feeds the soil. The soil is alive and needs nourishment to be healthy, and it's good for our plants and everything else. So I am pleased as the mayor of Evanston to recognize the efforts of the Composting Council Research and Education Foundation, the extension agents, soil conservation stewards, householders, landscapers, farmers, recyclers, public workers, composters, gardeners, and plant growers everywhere, including all of those here in Evanston. Hereby proclaim May 3rd to May 9th, the International Compost Awareness. Next, I want to segue from Earth Week last week to International Compost Week coming up to the fragile planet that we live on and the connection that exists between all of us, including pathogens, which we're now dealing with this global pandemic. And we ought not forget that there is absolutely a connection between climate change and rising, temperatures on our planet, to deforestation, to the extinction of certain insects and species, to the rise in pathogens that we haven't seen before. So while we're heads down and our number one priority is the safety of our residents in responding and recovering from this COVID-19 crisis, let's not forget all the work that this community has done and needs to continue to do in the area of combating climate change and making sure we do our part to properly balance nature here in Evanston. So with that, what I'd like to do is I want to give people a real quick update on the numbers related to COVID-19 here in Evanston, and just share some data that with the public that we have in the situation report that the Emergency Operations Center produces every few days. And I have made a comment at the last few meetings about the percentage increase and how the pace of the increase is declining, meaning it's taking longer to grow. And that's the result of all of the hard work that everyone in the community is doing to slow the spread. I want to thank everyone. Again, we think there is really good compliance going on here in Evanston. It's not perfect. I don't think it's perfect anywhere, but the data is showing that all of our hard work and sacrifice and pain that everybody is going through is making a difference in slowing the spread. And I want to show that to you all with some data this evening real quick. In terms of the increase, so the last time we met, which was on April 13th, we reported we had 175 cases, confirmed cases in Evanston. Today, we stand at 318 confirmed cases, which is an 82% increase since the last time we met. And when we met on the 23rd, the difference between those prior days was 218%. So we're seeing that, we are seeing, the time frame's not perfect, we are seeing that that slowdown in terms of the growth, which is a positive for all of us. If we can go to the slide so we can share the data with the public and the council and others, that would be great. All right, so the first thing I just want to share with people is, the mantra, stay in place, maintain your space, and cover your face. This was put out by our wonderful public information team, who I think is doing a really good job trying to communicate, a lot of information quickly and changing information to our residents. Stay in place. I think everybody's heard this by now, but the governor has extended the stay-at-home order through the end of May. And so it's going to be another month where you should be at home unless you are leaving home to do something essential or that's qualified. There are a few modifications that the governor has made to that order, and you can find those. We're putting those out on the city's website, and you can find those publicly out there. If we can just stay on that first slide for one more second. Okay, maintain your space. Everything's still the same, 6 feet apart for all of us. And if you can't maintain 6 feet apart, and now that when you are in public places like grocery stores or big box stores or any kind of retail store that's open, you must wear a mask now if you're the age of 2 or older, unless you have an underlying health condition that prohibits you from doing so. And so we put out, our health department director put out an order a week ago requiring that, and then come May 1st, the governor has included that in the stay-at-home order for the next month. So stay in place, maintain your space, cover your face. Now let's look at some of the data. All right, so this is a trend line by day of the data. So you can see how many cases, and these are confirmed cases that are being reported here in Evanston. And to the eye, you can see that those cases are starting to increase to the right-hand side. The red line in this is the 7-day moving average. All right, and so the 7-day moving average right now is around 11 cases a day that happen. That's a 7-day moving average there. Again, people, I just want to make sure everyone's clear, even though these numbers are going up and that line is going up, the pace in which cases are occurring is slowing down. We look at things like the days to double and how long it takes to double, and I'll show you some data on that. If we go to the next slide. Fatalities, sadly, we have had now 10 Evanston residents die of the coronavirus. And so you can see just that going up. Again, 10, and we've had 318 cases or so. So we're a little over a 3% fatality rate based on the confirmed cases. We go to the next slide. Okay, so this slide I just wanted to share with you for a second is showing the days to double, and it shows the the number of deaths. And so we're just doing a comparison here between the United States, the state of Illinois, and then Evanston. And again, we don't have a ton of data here in Evanston, so the days to double in Evanston can change. But if you remember when COVID-19 first started, they talked about the exponential growth of this virus, where it could literally double in 2 to 3 days. And the reason that we all went to a stay-at-home order is to limit our contact with one another so that we could slow that doubling rate. And I'll show you a graph of that. And we've been successful across the country, in the state, and in Evanston. So that's positive. This is that graph that I was just referencing. So the yellow line is the United States, okay, days to double. So again, you go back to early March 3rd, it was pretty flat line there along with the state. We didn't have a case for a bit. And then, you see our cases, and now we've been overtaken by the country in terms of days to double. But this is a good indicator, again, that the hard work that everyone is doing is slowing the spread, and that's critical. And we've seen this work successfully in other countries. Can we go to the next slide? I wanted to share with everyone the hospitalization rates. So we are working really, really closely with the city and the hospitals. I'm really proud of the collaboration that's going on throughout this entire community with all the different sectors. But one of those is the hospitals. And so we are working really closely with Amita St. Francis and North Shore Health System. And so what you're seeing in this chart is the number of COVID-19 cases that are each hospital. The one thing I'll try to draw your attention away from is you see where the dip is on that yellow line around April 18th, and you see it on the red line. That's just a data issue where it wasn't reported that day. So presume it would have been right up along the same marker there. But what this is showing you is North Shore Health System has set up Glenbrook Hospital to be their COVID-19 hospital. So they have about 100 cases or so, a little more than 100 cases there. And so that's what you're seeing on the yellow line. Evanston Hospital has some COVID-19 cases, but again, sort of small. And then Amita St. Francis is up, around 60 cases or so there. Overall, again, we have capacity in our local hospitals. They have done a great job clearing out their hospitals of elective surgeries and all of that to make room for the rise. The focus is going to be how do we get them back to standard care, because right now they're in crisis care and the impact on our hospitals is tremendous financially, and we need to make sure once we get through this crisis that they remain in solid financial condition. That's important for all of us in this community. And we are working with the hospitals. We've set up a cost recovery team within the community. And our head analyst here at the city, Kate Lewis-Lankin, is helping coordinate that to make sure we're sharing information and try to make sure all of our entities in this area get the federal funds that they're entitled to, including our hospitals. Can we go to the next slide? So I wanted to share with everyone the test results and the positive results by zip code. This information is available, and you can find it online at the county's website, at the Cook County Health Department. And so there's a lot of information, obviously. Illinois Department of Public Health has some, Cook County has some, and then the city has some as well. So what you're seeing here is in 60201 area code, generally around 13 to 15% of the folks that are being tested in that area code are testing positive. All right. At Evanston Hospital, just so you know, in Evanston Hospital, they run around a 24% positivity rate, meaning all the people that are tested there. And they do, the North Shore system, I should say, does around 1,000 tests a day. And so anyway, so we're seeing, again, 13 to 15% positivity rate. Okay, so that means, 85% of the people that are being tested are not testing positive for COVID-19, which is a good thing. Let's go to the next slide, is 60202. Okay, so 60202, interestingly, runs a little higher, right? So the positivity rate there, we drop off, say, the first couple, it's running 14 to 16% in 60202. Okay, which tends to be, that's more of our south side of Evanston. All right, so just slightly higher than 60201. Let's go to the next slide. Oh, all right, so I mentioned hospital capacity and how blessed we are, again, to have such great healthcare institutions here, including Erie Health Clinic, which is now a testing site as well, which is wonderful. And that was announced last week at the governor's press conference. And so they've been a terrific partner as well. But in terms of our hospitals, okay, looking at this St. Francis, Amita St. Francis, and then the North Shore Health System ones, everything in red on this chart shows you what's available. So if you're looking at ICU beds, we've got 22% available in those hospitals. Pediatric, we got a very large number, and then total beds about 20% beds available. And then you're hearing a lot about ventilators, so people that are in the worst condition with coronavirus and end up being intubated. and need to be on a ventilator, we still have capacity of ventilators here in this area. Again, I can't say enough about the hospitals and the work that they have done to prepare for this pandemic in having available resources. Next. Okay, I wanted to talk about senior care facilities for a moment. Senior care facilities are the most at-risk facilities in the city. They have people that are over the age of 60, which is the most at-risk age population, and everybody lives together. And so this is the biggest concern of the governor, of IDPH, of the city of Evanston's health department. And so I wanted to give folks a sense of the confirmed cases as of April 27th, which is today. So if you look at this chart, you've heard us talk and you've seen in the press about 3 Crowns, which is the first one to have multiple cases. And the city and IDPH have been working really closely with 3 Crowns. But you can see that some of those cases have gone up in other places that you may not be as familiar with, like the Grove of Evanston. And our public health department director and I were communicating with the CEO today of Symphony, which is another one that is on the rise, and then Aparian. I want everybody in Evanston to know that the health department has added an additional public health specialist who just works with our long-term care facilities. And so we are in regular conversation with them, communicating, procedures to take, how to handle infectious diseases within those facilities. Again, continues to be the #1 priority of our incident objectives in the EOC. Can we go to the next slide? And on that other slide, I didn't mention, and I mentioned earlier that we've had 10 deaths in Evanston related to COVID-19. So here you can see 7 of those deaths have come from our long-term care facilities. So 3 others were outside of that, of those facilities. I thought we'd take a look real quick just at the demographics of age in the confirmed cases. Again, we can see this by zip code, and this is provided to us by Illinois DPH. I think before I said Cook County, but it's Illinois Department of Public Health that provides this. And so what you're seeing here, again, confirmed cases, pretty much the highest level of confirmed cases among the 80 plus set. And then the 30 to 39 set you're seeing. Again, remember, there are a lot of people in our community and elsewhere across the state and the country that likely have COVID-19, but because we have still a limited capacity to do testing, they have not been tested. Oftentimes, those that are most at risk, the medical professionals are testing those folks. And again, those are people 60 and above and people that have any underlying health conditions. So that's just a breakdown on 60201. If we go to 60202, interesting, fairly even split until you get to the 70 and above and it drops down. Again, I don't know if I'd read too much in here, but I just wanted people to be able to see this data by age. Let's go to the next slide. I thought I'd share information about the racial demographics. We've heard a lot about, and we've read a lot about racial disparities that are existing. I don't think it should surprise people, given the underinvestment that we've had in communities of color, as well as structural forms of racism that have been in place for too long. And as progressive as Evanston is in trying to change it, we still see racial disparities here. So if you just look at this, and this is 60201, and again, you think of the overall demographics of Evanston. The overall demographics of Evanston are around 6 rounding here, 65% Caucasian, 17% or so Black, 10% Latino, And here you can see, obviously, the Black proportion that have confirmed cases much higher than what what our demographics are here in Evanston. Same with Hispanic or Latino. And so if we go to 602, let's go to 60202. Seeing even greater heat disparity here, right, with Black confirmed cases of Black residents at 48, almost 50%, and Hispanic at 38, and white at 29. So we are seeing that same disparities here in Evanston that we're reading about in other bigger cities across the country. Can you go to the next slide? I thought I'd just show you gender demographics as well. There are more females that have been confirmed cases in 60201 than males. Fairly close, but slightly higher. If we go to the 60202, we're pretty much sort of a little higher there for females than males. Interestingly, I don't think we show it here in the data, but the data is showing that men are dying at a higher percentage than women are of this disease. Yet interesting, at least these charts that females are higher number of confirmed cases. Can we go to the next slide? All right. Hey, I just I couldn't end this presentation without all of us acknowledging, the folks that are working on the front lines, the most courageous people being healthcare workers, whether they're working in hospitals, whether they're working in our senior living centers. These are tough assignments right now, and people are showing up to work as nervous as they may be for their own health to care for other people. And I'm just really, really proud of Evanston and so many people standing up and acknowledging and recognizing the work of all of our healthcare workers here in Evanston. And we have a lot. And just this week, I know community members got together and recognized over at St. Francis Hospital, as well as our fire and police, recognizing the work of those healthcare workers at Evanston Hospital and at St. Anita. So thank you for that. And then the last slide. I want to thank a resident. So many residents are coming to us with great ideas. I apologize that we can't act on all of them. We have limited resources and time, but this was one idea that a resident came forward to create sort of an Evanston strong approach, which I thought was really clever way to do it. And we are a strong community, and we will pull through this. We need to keep working hard as we have over the last month. And I think we'll continue to see positive results, and we need to continue to take care of one another. So that concludes just the presentation and giving everybody an update on the data. What I'd like to do now is turn it over to our city manager for any announcements she has.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several announcements tonight. There's quite a lot going on, so we're going to bear with me. We've got a lot of updates we want to provide to the community about services and other things that are going to be impacted by this over the course of the next few months. So the first thing I wanted to talk about, though, was Harley Clarke. We had initially scheduled May 18th as the day that the four proposers would present those proposals to the council and the community. There's been some interest from those proposers to delay that because they would like to have a more productive meeting, and that probably could be better achieved if potentially we're all in person at some point in time. So I wanted to get the council's thoughts on if we were okay delaying that 60 or 90 days. I looked at some dates. The first Monday in August would be a typical meeting night for human services. We could potentially do it in addition to human services on that night, or we have a couple of other options if there's a feeling that we should move it later or earlier. Any thoughts on that?
I think it makes sense to put it off a bit. I agree with that.
All right. I will then let the proposers know that we're going to delay at minimum 60 days. And then as this unfolds, maybe over the course of the next 3 or 4 weeks, we'll see what life will be like, and we'll see if we can set a date. I don't want to necessarily set a date tonight, and we're really not sure quite where we're at. But I also don't want anybody to get the sense that this isn't an important thing that we want to do when the time is right. So seeing general agreement to that, we'll go ahead and notify those proposers, and we'll put something out to the community as well that we're going to delay on that community meeting for those proposals. My second announcement is on summer camps and beaches. So Lawrence Hemingway is going to give that update right now.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Lawrence Hemingway, Director of Parks and Rec. Just kind of wanted to give you guys an update on our plans for this upcoming summer season. As the City Manager mentioned, the first thing I'd like to talk about is our summer camps and how the department is approaching our plans for the summer camps. We have, as a profession, been looking all over at what other communities are doing in prepping for this post-pandemic opportunity within Parks and Rec. And 83% of the agencies across the country are still in a waiting mode, just as we are. But while we are waiting, I have advised my staff to plan for 4 potential options. Those 4 options are, if we are given some guidelines to operate camp as we have normally done in the past, we could ramp up and begin to run camps the way they always have been. The second option is, what if you can run camps with no changes and you just have to delay the start of camp? That's really no issue. We'll be ready to deal with that as well. The third option that we really have been looking at, which I think is the most important, is we're going to have to operate summer camp up under some social distancing guidelines. And so what we have been doing is looking at the existing registrations for our existing summer camps and looking at the capacity. And what we've done is, and I'll use an example, if a summer camp has a capacity of 100 participants and there are social distancing guidelines that are attached to that, we are now limiting that number basically to half of that number. And we are making sure if there is a building that's attached to that summer camp, that we are prepared, that we can operate those social distancing guidelines within the various classrooms of that building. And so we have been going through that camp by camp, location by location, and we are prepared to implement a strategy as such if those are the guidelines that we are giving to move forward in. Now that does comes with some challenges, because as of today, we have registered quite a few residents in our summer camps. And if we have to reduce those numbers, we have to choose the best decision on how we go from 100 currently registered individuals down to 50. The simplest thing and most easy thing is to go and just take the first 50 people who registered, because you are registered by the time that you register for the class. So if you were the first person to get your payment in, you are number 1, and so forth and so on. So we could go that route if that's the decision that is made, or, the thing that I think will cause us a lot more grief or pain is if we refund everybody and tell them to re-register. But we will make that decision at the appropriate time once we get our operating guidelines. And then the fourth option that I have asked staff to do, other than the social distancing plan, is to any camp that we can offer virtually, that we need to implement that now, today, put the strategy together so that we can start to communicate which of those camps will be offered virtually and put that plan and strategy to the residents that are impacted by that. A lot of our arts camps or theater camps can go online virtually. And so we are working toward that now so that we can offer those as options to our residents. Now, there are a couple challenges that still exist with summer camp. One of those issues right now, we have not received confirmation from District 65 if we're going to be allowed to run our camps within their facilities. They have not made a decision, but I've asked the question and asked for confirmation. So from a planning perspective, regardless of if it's a social distancing strategy or not, will we have access to those buildings? And we don't know that. And so thinking about that concern, one of the things I'm also considering is because our senior population is our most vulnerable, is considering not bringing senior programs back to Levy until the fall. And if that is an option for us, to consider, then we may want to do that. And that way we may be able to offer more camping opportunities for the families and residents that's going to need it this summer. None of those decisions have been made at this point, but we are considering that and have an option for whatever guidelines that we are given to operate up under. The next thing I want to update you guys on is our beach strategy. As of today, we are planning, our beaches will be delayed in opening. If our stay home and shelter is lifted at the end of May, we will plan to move forward with opening the beaches on June 20th. That's our temporary date. We're working as a staff and as a team to get things in place to open that date. Some of the changes that you will see when it comes to beaches, we are currently actively trying to implement a digital beach token. The challenge, I think this way it eliminates hand-to-hand exchange in terms of people coming through the gates. The one challenge with it, will we be able to get the equipment in a timely fashion? And that probably would be the only reason we couldn't move in that direction. But we have researched it. We think this is a very doable option for us. And then that eliminates some hand-to-hand exchange and person-to-person exchange. We will be limiting, following the IDPH guidelines, we'll be limiting the number of participants on the beach at any given time. Our staff will be trained to make sure that folks who are on our beaches or attending the beaches will practice social distancing. We're creating new signage to accommodate these new guidelines that we'll be operating up under, and so forth and so on. A couple other summer updates that I want to give you. We are postponing our Fleetwood Jourdain Theater first play for this coming summer. It's the name of that play is Spell Number 7. It is scheduled to operate June 13th through the 28th. It is being postponed till the month of September. We have canceled all special events from now through June 15th. We are opening our garden plots in the farmers market Saturday, May 2nd, and all athletic permits have been canceled through the month of May. So those are some of the Parks and Rec updates that we've been working on. The big one being the beaches and the summer camps, and whatever guidelines we are given to operate summer camp under, we'll have a plan and a strategy to move forward in any guidelines that's given to us. Are there any questions?
Sorry, Lawrence, did you give a date for the beach is opening tentative?
Oh, June 20th? I thought so.
Okay, thanks. My bad.
Okay.
I have a quick question. Just that was a lot of information. So is it going to be online somewhere?
Well, sure. I mean, the camp guidelines is really in reaction to, this is a internal planning document for us as a department. And it is because we don't know what guidelines we're going to have to operate up on.
Right. But the dates that the special events are canceled. You talked about the beaches and the delayed opening.
Okay. Yeah. Any confirmed dates, we can make sure we've updated the website accordingly. The special events communication went out today to all of our private special event operators. So they were notified today. We've canceled. I made that decision today on the first Fleetwood Jourdain Theater. So we'll get the website to reflect those decisions.
Thank you.
All right, doesn't look like there's any other questions, so thank you, Lawrence. I'm going to move next to Sarah Flax, who's going to give an update on CDBG.
Erica, did you have some? I thought you had one other thing you told me today.
I do. I have one more after Sarah.
Oh, after Sarah. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, City Manager Storley and Mayor Haggerty and members of the City Council. I just have a brief update. As I think most people have heard, the city will be receiving a little over $1,080,000 additional CDBG funds called CDBG CV, and a little over 546,000 additional ESG funds. Again, ESG CV. And these funds are going to have different requirements, and in some cases, some changes that are going to be very helpful for us to address the needs of our residents. For example, with CDBG, the 15% public services cap is waived when you are doing using the CDBG CV, and also if we were to use any of our 2019 remaining or our 2020 CDBG funds for direct services and programs that address COVID-19. So there's a lot we have learned, but there's also a lot we haven't learned. The people at HUD are writing up the regulations that we will have to follow. We haven't received them yet. We've gotten more information on ESG in some ways than CDBG, but it's also a simpler grant. But we also don't even have our grant numbers yet. So sometimes people say, well, when can we actually get access to our money? And I wish I could give you a date, but we are working on it as fast as we can. So that's my update as of right now. Hopefully we'll have more very soon.
Can I ask a question?
Questions? Yeah.
Oh, I know that you and I have gone back and forth about this. With the ESG funds, we usually pass those through the connections. Do we have the ability to use those in-house? I know like our general assistance and emergency assistance fund is being tapped more heavily than they usually are. So are those funds that we could use in-house if the CDBG funds don't allow us to provide some of those services? An automatic pass-through since we always pass it through.
I believe we can. It would require that we have a interdepartmental agreement, as ESG always does. If Evanston were to use its ESG funds directly for programming, but we also, I believe, would have to get them into the continuum of care database system, the HMIS system. And I think we have to really evaluate how we could best implement our programs. We also are going to have to evaluate how much of that ESG will be on new services going forward, and what, if any, of it will be used to pay for some of the funding that the city has already expended on services for people. That this is a time that we are going to be allowed to do that with both CDBG and ESG, at least under some circumstances.
So do you have any idea when you're going to get the CDBG guidelines?
I do not. I just asked our rep this afternoon. Jessica and I were on a conference call, and they don't know.
Okay, so but the ESG guidelines you have, could we move forward? Do you have enough to move forward and start making a plan for those, or no?
We're working on a plan, but we don't have all the information that I think we need. One of the things that we are also doing is communicating with Kate Lewis-Lakin. We have to figure out, as I say, how much money have we already expended that we need to be able to recoup in some way, shape, or form. It looks like CDBG will be allowed to be used as the 25% local contribution to any of the funding that is coming from FEMA, but we don't have absolute confirmation of that. So those and some other details really are important for us to get before we can really fine-tune anything. And HUD would prefer if we do one single substantial amendment for both our ESG CV and our CDBG CV, because it obviously expedites the review process for them. So that's the best I can tell you right now.
Okay, well, I would like to advocate for whichever pot of funds we can use to help with the rental assistance that we're providing now through emergency assistance, which we know we don't usually use as much as we've already started using so far this year. And then if we can look into any guidelines that would hinder us from using those funds for our undocumented population. I know that we have undocumented residents who can't access all the same funding mechanisms right now.
Mhm.
Anyway, we could, if there's anything that keeps us from, it doesn't keep us from helping that population, I'd like you to look into that, please.
Absolutely. One other thing is because of the lift on the public services cap for CDBG, even though it is quite limited right now, we will have the ability to allocate CDBG funding for up to 3 months of rent assistance. And that's something that has been in the CDBG regulations for a long time, but because it's fallen under that public services cap, it makes it very limiting how much money we could really use for that. So that's another opportunity that we are looking at very closely, that and economic development needs. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. My last announcement is that we've had several retirements of long-serving city staff, and I just wanted to make an announcement to recognize them. We will be recognizing them at a future council meeting when we can all meet in person again. I feel it's important for us to have some kind of recognition ceremony because all of these employees have contributed to the vitality of the city and really have been gems among their peers. So we're sad to see them go, but happy for them to start enjoying the next chapter of their life. And I'm just going to name them right now. Paul D'Agostino, Environmental Services Coordinator, 32 years. Gary Kramer, Public Works Water Plant Operator, 32 years. Scott Williams, Construction Rehab Specialist in Community Development, 12 years. Lisa Grimm, Fire Administrative Lead, 13 years. Vera Davis, Parks and Rec Data Control Clerk, 34 years. And Dean Mosca, Community Development Plan Reviewer, 32 years. All of these employees have been phenomenal and we wish them the best in the future. And I look forward to recognizing them at a future city council meeting when we can all be in person together again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my announcements.
Great. Thank you, Erica. City Clerk, do you have any announcements today?
Yes, I do. I was hoping to give the post-election report during a council meeting where we met physically, but that seems like it won't be happening for a while, and there is a bit of important information to get out to the community. So let me share my screen here. If I can get a confirmation that folks can see the screen that I'm sharing here.
We can see it.
Okay, great. So the clerk's office, since I've been in office, has done a post-election snapshot that we've presented to the council. I also have Jordy Amaral on the line here, who has been hired by the office who's done a lot of this work with us over the years. Jordy, are you here? Yep. Here we go. Okay, so we'll move there. We of course had a gubernatorial primary a presidential primary on March 17th. There's a typo there, 2020. In Evanston, we have currently 50,000 registered voters, 50,090. We had a 400 voter reduction since the last presidential election. It was 50,400. The presidential primary, the overall turnout in Evanston this election was 41%. That is a 21% drop from about a 20% drop from 2016, which has been seen across the board. Chicago had a slightly higher drop in overall turnout. Early voting in this election was way up. In 2016, you can see we had 6,000 early voters. This election, we had 8,638 early voters. In the midterm, just for comparison, in 2018, there were 5,600 early voters in that election. We had 70%. We had a lot of folks use mail-in ballots this election. Let me go to this slide. And Jordy, do you have the percentage of folks that requested mail-in ballots of the overall?
No, we don't, unfortunately.
Okay. We can get that and we'll release that. But there were 2,900. There were a total of 3,749 absentee ballot requests. What's interesting here to note is that 104 of them were rejected, but 95% of those were rejected because they were postmarked after Election Day. And then we had 19% of them, not returned. So, roughly over 20% of the ballots weren't returned. So that is something we'll be looking out for in the future to make sure that we notify. It's a small percentage. We want to make sure everyone gets their ballot in before Election Day so their ballot can be counted. And as I previewed there, 17% of the mail-in ballots were requested on the last day. If memory serves folks correctly, then you remember that on the last day to request a mail-in ballot, the governor gave an extension for request to midnight, and a lot of people took advantage of that. What we did know is as we were approaching the election, COVID-19 was becoming very apparent to election authorities across the country that it was an issue that had to be dealt with. It was early on, and so the governor did not, cancel election. What the governor did was encourage folks to request mail-in ballots. What the clerk's office did locally, we worked with the county. The mayor also was in contact, as well as the health department, in contact with the county and other government agencies and local senior facilities that were polling locations to make sure we were operating as safely as possible. What the clerk's office did was we sent out 30,000 calls on Election Day and left 22,000 messages for folks with this messaging, letting them know that we're from the clerk's office and that the presidential primary was taking place, and that we wanted to make sure that folks knew where their polling place was. The clerk's office has traditionally done voter outreach campaigns. Typically, our push is for early voting. This time, our push was for safety, to get out and vote, but to do it safely. So we gave folks and tried to remind folks to keep 6 feet. On Election Day, myself, the deputy clerk, and other staff members were bouncing around from polling place to polling place, trying to help. We had a few polling places that had issues on Election Day. There were a couple that didn't open on time, but those issues were dealt with. We encourage folks to bring hand sanitizer, make sure they just kept up with CDC guidelines as they voted. Jordy, you can take this one.
Yeah, so we just want to note that the 6th ward had the highest voter turnout of all the wards, and the 5th ward had the lowest voter turnout. Interestingly, the 7th and 1st wards both had around roughly 25% decrease in voter turnout from the previous presidential primary, which is a little bit out of the ordinary, particularly with the 7th ward usually in the past has had relatively high voter turnout. As you can see that it was actually the highest voter turnout in 2016. And then this is just an interesting little graphic to kind of see just there's just so much variance between each of the precincts for voter turnout. And 2 of the ones that really stuck out to us were the 1st precinct of the 1st ward and the 3rd precinct of the 7th ward, which are quite low.
Yeah, those 2 precincts happen to be on the Northwestern campus primarily, and so it's college students that tended not to turn out.
Yeah. And the 1st precinct of the 1st ward as well dips into downtown Evanston a little bit, so not quite, that might have played in a little bit. So then the 3rd precinct of the 1st ward had the highest voter turnout for Ward 1. In Ward 2, it was the 2nd precinct. In Ward 3, it was the 2nd precinct. 4th ward, it was the 4th precinct. 5th ward, it was the 2nd precinct. In the 6th ward, it was the 2nd precinct, which was also the highest voting turnout precinct in all of Evanston. In the 7th ward, it was the 4th precinct. 8th ward, it was the 4th precinct as well. And in the 9th ward, the 4th precinct.
Okay, so we had, in this election, we have President Trump was fairly uncontested. And so we had an increase in Democratic ballots being cast and a steep decrease in Republican ballots being cast in this primary election. In the presidential race, by the time Illinoisans and Evanstonians got the opportunity to vote, we were left essentially with two options. And so Joseph Biden received 62% of the vote here in Evanston, and Bernie Sanders received 33% of the vote, which was slightly higher than the rest of suburban Cook County, but certainly lower than the percentage that Mr. Sanders received in the last presidential primary.
Yeah, for the Republican presidential primary, as Clerk Reed already noted, Donald Trump was relatively uncontested. However, it is interesting to note that Evanston voters did support him at a lower rate than across suburban Cook County and the state of Illinois as a whole. I believe in the state of Illinois as a whole, he had 96% support, which was on par with suburban Cook County. But again, Evanston supported him at a little bit lesser of a rate. In the senatorial race, Dick Durbin ran uncontested for the Democratic nomination. And for the Republican nomination, Mark Curran overwhelmingly won the nomination.
For the Cook County, and these are select races that were competitive. There are a number of races that were uncontested, and there are some that we just don't mention there, such as Metropolitan Water Reclamation District. But in the Cook County State's Attorney's race, Kim Fox came out on top in the race overall, but here in Evanston, she got 61, almost 62% of the vote, which is actually a slight drop from her nearly 70% support that she received from Evanstonians in 2016, but still the overall winner there in a large contested race. We also see that Bill Conway received much smaller support, one of her leading competitor, than in the rest of suburban Cook County.
And on the Republican side for the nomination, Pat O'Brien overwhelmingly won both in Evanston and suburban Cook County with pretty similar numbers in both areas.
The Illinois Supreme Court race, we have Justice P. Scott Neville. He is the second African-American to ever serve on the Illinois Supreme Court, and currently the only African-American to serve on the Supreme Court. Evanstonians supported him slightly above the suburban Cook County average, with 25% of, almost 26% of Evanstonians supporting him. What is notable is Daniel Epstein, who is an Evanston native and who many could term as having a progressive campaign, also received 21% support from Evanstonians, which is higher than his average across suburban Cook County, as well as Nathaniel House, who also received quite an uptick in support from Evanstonians when compared with suburban Cook County. This is really important for us here locally. The referendum on nonpartisan local elections passed overwhelmingly. 86.40% of Evanstonians support nonpartisan elections. That is the method that we have traditionally utilized here in Evanston for the way candidates run and file. So with that, we're going to be putting together, the clerk's office will have an event on May 27th to talk about those upcoming local elections. But as a result of this referendum passing, we now know that we will have filing dates will begin. Filing for our upcoming election will begin August 25th, and filing will be, petitioning will begin August 25th, and the filing period will be November 16th through the 23rd. Conclusions, Jordan, if you want to quickly run through that.
Yeah, so as I'm sure we're all pretty aware, the COVID-19 outbreak greatly affected voter turnout in Evanston. And we particularly noted this with Northwestern students, which were experiencing a relatively tumultuous period of what they would be doing in terms of classes, going home or not. And then, as we noted earlier, there were very few Republican primary ballots in comparison to the past, which can likely be explained by Trump's incumbency, resulting in many Republican voters not showing out to vote. And then just the final note is that early voting continues to grow in popularity, which is something that we've been seeing over the last 4 years or so, and something that our office particularly has tried to stress is something that we want to push for.
Looking ahead, we will continue to expand and refine our voter outreach program. And this really is in conjunction with number 2, work with the COVID-19 response team for the November election. So this is Mayor Haggerty. We are hoping to work with you and your task force in the coming weeks to, and we also plan on reaching out to the county as well as the state to see what the plans are. Dr. Fauci and other experts at the national level have said that undoubtedly COVID-19 will be around in the fall, and it will impact the November elections. And so we see we do not want to repeat of the primary election. And so some of the ideas that we have are potentially sending mail-in ballots to every Evanston registered voter, or potentially every Evanston household. There is a cost to that, and so that'll be something. Ultimately, the cost may be over the $25,000 threshold that is the office will be able to authorize without the council, and so that may be something we're bringing to the council if the state or other agencies do not act on that independently. And then we're going to be beginning preparations for the 2021 municipal elections. As I noted, petitioning will begin over the summer on August 25th, and the filing period will be November 16th through the 23rd. Another thing we have to think about is how will COVID-19 impact our municipal elections? Again, folks will have to circulate, as I said, beginning in August. So how will we do this given the current situation? So on May 27th at 4 p.m., the clerk's office will hold a virtual town hall or meeting with folks to discuss the 2021 elections, all of the rules. We have a panel that is still developing election lawyers, folks from the Cook County Board of Elections. We're hoping to get some folks from some other election districts, so we're reaching out to Chicago as well as the state to bring together a very diverse panel of election authorities, really our state's premier election authorities, to discuss, what are the rules? We don't want a repeat of our last election, so we want to have the rules very clear, but we also want to, bring in best practices and put our heads together to think about what is, best practices given the current situation. There's a lawsuit that has been filed against a number of election authorities, the Cook County Clerk, the Illinois Secretary of State, as well as myself in my capacity as Evanston City Clerk, with voters who are seeking to have the courts create a system where voters either we reduce the statutory requirements for signature acquisition, or we allow for for signatures to be collected digitally. And whether the courts decide that or if the state legislature has to decide that, that will be determined in the coming months. But we in the clerk's office will be working with whoever we need to ensure that folks are still able to participate in our democracy in the coming months. Stop the share now. There we go. So that is the election report. I don't know if anyone has any questions. I don't think so. If not, then that concludes my comments. The clerk's office did receive a number of written comments, but I believe we're not reading those. Those will be put into a form that some council members, I'll make sure every council member shared on it, but the database has all of the comments, and we'll make sure that's shared. And then thank everyone.
Great. Thank you, Clerk Reed, and thank you for that thorough report on the election results. We're now going to move to public comment. Per our rules, we set aside 45 minutes for public comment. We take the total number of people that have signed up, divided by 45 minutes, and that's what we get. So today we've got 20 people that have signed up for public comment. So everyone's going to be set at 2 minutes and 15 seconds to present to the council. And I'm going to call on you. My understanding is that many folks are here online, and so take yourself off mute, and then you can address the council. And then we're going to, at 2 minutes and 15 seconds, it'll be over, and then we'll move to the next person. So I'm going to ask everybody to keep to 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and we'll go from there. So the first speaker tonight is going to be Monique Jones, and then it'll be Pat Fowler, and then John Dorf. So welcome, Monique.
Good evening, Mayor Haggerty. Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. I am joining you in support of, I know you're looking at your budget this evening, in support of Evanston Cradle to Career. I am the president and CEO of the Evanston Community Foundation for almost 5 years. And in that role, I am also fiscal sponsor for Evanston Cradle to Career. And I serve on the human resources team that oversees Sheila, and now the new incoming executive director that we just announced last week, Mario Ramos. And so I just wanted to offer the support of Evanston Cradle to Career, hoping you see it as a partnership as we move through the rebuilding of our full community when we think about COVID-19. So Sheila is here and she'll speak, but Evanston Cradle to Career is moving out of a startup phase into a bigger life. And rebuilding the community is a part of that life. And they will be doing that. I will be doing that with the other leaders that are here and the other partners. So I do know collective impact is a nationwide thing. And when cities support collective impact programs, larger funders, larger municipalities see that and they get behind it. And that's what we're looking for happening at Evanston Cradle to Career over the next few years. So I'm supporting it. The foundation is supporting it. Other entities I know are supporting it. And I hope that the city council sees that and throws in all support that they can to back this effort that reaches across all of Evanston in many, many ways that we want to see continue to happen. So that is less than 2 minutes, Mayor Haggerty. But I'm happy to talk with anyone offline about it. I'm full for it, and I hope that you are too.
Thank you, Monique, and you get extra points for finishing 30 seconds early. Thank you. All right, we're going to move now to our next speaker tonight, which is Pat Fowler. So welcome, Pat.
Mayor Haggerty, thanks. Council members, thanks for hearing me out. I sent you all an email yesterday regarding delivery rate caps that third-party delivery companies charge restaurants. And just want to reiterate what my letter said. I think it's really important issue for restaurants as we're facing a lot of different challenges, and a rate cap to restaurants would be really impactful to help all restaurants in Evanston get to the other side of the challenging environment that we're in, and help us continue to remit all the taxes and fees that Evanston's gonna continue to need to continue to provide future programming and all those good things. So just wanted to follow up from the letter yesterday. I appreciate you guys taking the time to consider a possible ordinance tonight.
Great, thank you, Pat. And you two did an outstanding job. All right, next up we've got John Dorfman. So welcome, John. And then we'll have Sheila Mary and then Karen Demers. Is John on with us? You have to unmute John if you're muted. There's a lot of names. I just looked through the screen. There's a lot of names. If we don't have John right now, I'll keep him there. We'll come back to John. How about Sheila Mary?
Hello, thank you very much for this opportunity and for everything that each of you is doing in support of our community right now. None of us could have possibly anticipated the magnitude of the events that we're facing at this time and the impact that it's having on all aspects of our community. But one thing I am absolutely certain of is that the unprecedented collaborations that we have seen among nonprofits in response to this crisis is a direct result of the relationships that have been established through Evanston Cradle to Career. Additionally, as a United Way neighborhood network, not only has EC2C brought over $1 million into the community over the last few years, but we were able to mobilize $180,000 extremely quickly to meet the needs of the most underserved members of our community. Through our Advocates for Action they were able to reach out to the community to identify the most urgent needs. They created then a virtual pantry for families in desperate need of food. We worked with Evanston Latino leaders, the Haitian Congress to Fortify Haiti, St. Nick's Church, and all our partner organizations to provide over $25,000 in direct cash assistance to undocumented families who would not have access to stimulus, unemployment, or general assistance funds. And given the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 in the African American community, we're partnering with Evanston Own It to reach the neediest families there. We've also are focused on providing housing, healthcare, and mental health support to opportunity youth, as well as trauma counseling to families struggling, particularly when we know the increase in domestic violence and child abuse that are escalating to unprecedented levels. But most importantly, we've played a critical role in mobilizing the nonprofit community generally. I know that you are facing unbelievably painful decisions as you look at the city's budget. But the reality is that the kind of collaborative work that is the lifeblood of EC2C is exactly what needs to be in place as we're coming out of this crisis and looking to rebuild our community. If we're to ensure that the most disadvantaged members of our community don't get left behind, investment in Evanston Cradle to Career has never been more important.
Thank you, Sheila.
Marcia McMahon from the United Way will talk a little bit about why that's true. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Sheila. Next up, we've got Karen Demarest, then Sarah Chatfield, then Maria McMahon.
Thank you, Mayor Haggerty and Council. And I'm Karen Tolinar Demarest. I'm the Executive Director at the Youth Job Center, and we are a partner in Evanston Cradle to Career. And I'm here to urge you to continue support for that, and I want to share a couple of reasons why it's important to us. As Sheila mentioned, Evanston Cradle to Career has brought a significant amount of dollars into the community, and many of those dollars have gone directly to support the residents that live here through programs and services. And part of the reason that happens is because our agencies all pay in. As a partner at Youth Job Center, we've got a line item on our budget to support Evanston Cradle to Career, as does the city and the school districts, et cetera. And all of that is a really important part of the sustainability of the effort. The other piece that I want to share that is a little less easy to see is, as Sheila mentioned, there really is some unprecedented collaboration taking place. And I'm going to give you an example of the Evanston Collective. It is 9 organizations that have been working together over the last year, and it's convened by the Moran Center. And we received some initial funding through Evanston Cradle to Career to do some work around deeper understanding of what residents need, want, and aligning our services so that they actually meet those needs. So instead of us determining what we think people need, actually hearing. And so the first year of that work has taken place, and we were set to go into the second year, which was more around aligning and making sure that our agencies work really effectively together. But then as COVID came in, the 9 agencies that were participating worked with Sheila and decided that there were more urgent issues that we needed to take care of. So these agencies, many of them, worked against their own self-interest to make sure that the housing, the health, and the substance abuse resources were funded first before any of the others. And I think the reason that's important is that kind of collaboration and that kind of commitment to the community outside of our individual organizations is because of Cradle to Career. It's because we've come to a place where we are working together in better, more effective ways that are focused on serving the community first versus our agencies. So I know there are no good options in this, reduced revenue, more expenses, but I really encourage you to support this, because if we only look at short-term options, we run the risk of potentially endangering the long-term solutions, and we're already seeing the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Next up, we've got Sarah Chatfield. And then we'll have Marcia McMahon. Welcome, Sarah.
Hello. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a long-term Evanston resident and volunteer with Red Door Shelter, and I wanted to voice my support for HS1. Over the past several years, I've been involved in a lot of field rescues of rabbits who've been dumped outdoors with Red Door and other rescue groups in the area. Some of these are really bad situations where the owners have become overwhelmed with rabbits breeding out of control, and the rabbits end up abandoned. We know that many of these abandoned rabbits are impulse purchases, usually from pet stores and especially around Easter. I believe the passage of this ordinance will help Evanston become a more humane community and prevent the needless suffering of domestic animals in our area, including the often overlooked rabbits, as well as benefiting local animal rescue groups. So I'd like to encourage the passage of the ordinance.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up, we've got Marcia McMahon, then Carl Klein, then Eric Witherspoon.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity tonight to speak to why United Way sees Evanston Cradle to Career as one of the most important agencies that we work with in our community. Evanston Cradle to Career is the backbone organization for our neighborhood network. And one of the things that it allows us to do is, number one, be responsive to the community. Number two, push dollars out where they're more desperately needed. Evanston Cradle to Career has allowed us to work together in a new way, and I'm not going to repeat what Sheila and other people have said very eloquently here tonight. But from a United Way perspective, it's done a couple of things. It's allowed us to bring more and more dollars into the Evanston community. We fund almost over $1 million in Evanston right now. A lot of that through Evanston Cradle to Career. It's allowed us, number two, to push dollars out quickly into the community from our COVID response fund, because United Way views Evanston and the depth and breadth of the partnerships that we have as extremely important to the community and gives us the ability to push those funds out in a very fast manner. Number three, and this is probably something that people don't realize as much, when we talk about Evanston and the work that's going on, many of our donors see Evanston as a very highly resourced community and don't quite understand the need that we have here in this community. And when we sit down and talk about the investment that not only has the Health and Human Service agencies made, but the partners like the city, like the school districts, and all of the network of supporters that we have in this community, it's very important to those residents, and they look at it as in a different perspective then. And they see that this is a city that is all in, we're all working together and working together in a new and different way. So I know that you're making a lot of critical budget decisions. Trust me, I understand that. We at United Way are doing the very same thing. There are always more need than the resources that we have to cover that need. But Evanston Cradle to Career and the support that the city has given has really allowed us to leverage more funds into this community. And I hope you will take a look at that when you're talking about your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Carl Klein, you're next, and then we have Eric Witherspoon and Anita DeRose.
All right, good evening. I do not recall the Rules Committee meeting to discuss the temporary suspension or canceling of standing City Council committee meetings. What ordinance, resolution, or emergency order states that these committee meetings can be temporarily suspended or canceled? I hope it was not done in order to expedite non-essential matters to the City Council. This does not honor the standard procedure. Items should be introduced and discussed at their respective standing City Council committees. Then, at a subsequent meeting of the committee, the item is voted on. If it is passed, it is then forwarded to the City Council where it is introduced and discussed. Then, at a subsequent meeting of the City Council, the item is voted on. Yes, we are currently living through a global pandemic. Certain items pertaining to the health and welfare of Evanstonians should be addressed and voted on in an expedited manner. However, this does not mean that everything should be expedited. Is approving planned developments which could be vacant for months, if not years, post-pandemic, considered essential business? Why is it smart to approve a planned development ordinance which includes a building over 60% bigger than the zoning dictates and allows for variances to exceed the already generous existing zoning code? In fact, the variances are so numerous and large that it sparks a 2/3 majority. We don't know what the post-pandemic office environment will look like. Why is it smart to approve spending $145,761 on a consultant to develop a strategy for the city to liquidate an estimated $43,400,000 worth of city property? Paul Zomazak, Economic Development Manager, correctly states in his memo to City Council, quote, "Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency and its impact on the city budget, staff does not recommend proceeding with phase 2 with the consultant at this time," unquote. City Council should not be making major decisions with limited information in a very dynamic situation when all else is in a state of flux and citizens are not paying attention. People are otherwise preoccupied, homeschooling kids, working from home, working as essential employees at grocery stores, pharmacies, and long-term care facilities and other places. The city has extended the state of emergency. There is a crisis with skyrocketing COVID-19 cases in our long-term care facilities for seniors. This week, the number of cases exponentially grew from 19 to 83. The health and welfare of Evanstonians should be your primary focus. I urge you to postpone the vote on the planned developments and major decisions regarding the city property. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Next speaker is Eric Witherspoon and Anita Guerrez.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and City Council. First of all, it's good to see all of you, and I want you to know that all of us out here recognize what the city is doing to lead at this moment of crisis, and thank you. My message is simple. Human services are more important at this moment than maybe ever before in this country and in the city of Evanston. And we know that collective impact through Cradle to Career has absolutely helped multiply and strengthen our efforts. That it's the whole concept that together we accomplish exponentially more than we do all trying to do this work separately. The nonprofits in particular in this community, who are all part of Cradle to Career, absolutely are responsible, as you are, for human services. And I just urge you, let's keep our commitment going. I think today, tomorrow, in the year to come, and quite frankly, probably in the next coming years, it is going to be more vital than ever that we do for our neighbors in an equitable way, do for our neighbors, remembering those who are most underserved, and to be there for them, and to put our absolute efforts together so that we can meet the demands, the needs, the huge challenges that are already existing and are only going to grow more over the next year. And that's why I'm here tonight to speak in favor of Cradle to Career. And I just thank you all.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you for your partnership and everybody's partnership at ETHS with the city and all the other organizations here as we address COVID-19. Do we have Anita Guerrez on the line? And then after Anita, we have Tamara Friedman and Laurie. See, I'm looking through my screen here to see if we have Anita. Let's see here. All right, if we don't have Anita, Anita is a phone in. The next several actually are phone ins. Erica, is that something that somebody on the city side is going to do to get them on the line?
I believe it's *6 to unmute on a phone.
All right, so Anita, thank you, Carl. Anita, if you're on the line, can you hit *6? All right, so we'll come back to Anita if we need to. How about Tamara Friedman? If you're on
Hello. Hi. Mayor and Council, thank you. I'm Tamara Friedman, and I'm a lifelong resident of Evanston and a 15-year volunteer for Red Door Animal Shelter. And I'm here to voice my support of HS1, which prevents the sale of unneutered and unspayed animals from pet stores, as I understand it. In particular, Red Door services cats and rabbits. And because there are no shelters nearby that take care of rabbits, we get them all. And there were over 500 phone calls to Red Door last year from people who wanted to give up their pet rabbits, which, you know, is an indicator of how much of a impulse purchase they are. And there were also about over 100 rescues actually in the field that Red Door took in from last Easter to this Easter. So I'm really glad that we've got an ordinance now that supports the better care of all animals really in our community. So I hope you'll vote for it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tamara. Next up, we've got Laurie Keenan.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome, Laurie.
Thank you. So I am concerned again. I spoke at the last City Council meeting, but I'm very concerned that City Council is moving forward. I understand some of this is urgent business related to COVID-19, but anything outside of that, I think shouldn't be discussed and should be postponed until the citizens can participate again. I spoke today, particularly with regard to selling the Civic Center and to a 19-story building under consideration for vote tonight. I spoke today to representatives at the senior VP level and above from 3 organizations, Jones Lang LaSalle, Draper and Kramer, and CBRE.
That's not you, Laurie. I'm sorry. Keep going.
And all 3 of them had really concerns. One actually had more to do with going to work in your pajamas. Real concerns about building a 19-story building, including the former chief marketing officer for Jones Lang LaSalle, who actually grew up here in town. And their concern, she said, actually, that they would be very concerned about occupancy, that probably you should have a deeper understanding about the building, and that you should demand that the building is partially leased. She thought it probably wouldn't be funded, and that another person said anything not out of the ground right now is probably not going to happen, that real estate and retail are huge laggards after an economic downturn. So, and that it's too soon to tell anything, and that whatever gets decided May 1st will probably change before September. So I just am really confused and concerned about this sort of rush to move forward on these big projects that when we don't know at all what the landscape in Evanston is going to be, whether there will be vacancies from offices, from companies that are no longer coming back. So I hope that you'll consider that. I appreciate the work that all of you are doing relative to COVID-19, but I hope that some of the extraneous discussions that are happening tonight won't continue or be voted on. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. Next, we got Mike Basilko, then Martha Rudy, then Dorian Price.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mike. Welcome.
I just want to echo Laurie. I do want to thank everybody for doing what they're doing when it comes to COVID-19. A lot of it is not seen by most people, I'm sure. So thank you for that. I am very concerned, however, about how the SP5 $7.5 million line of credit will be used. When I see community development attached to that, it strikes me as a source of funds for something other than COVID-19. And I think it should be, if we're going to approve that, that money should be dedicated just to the community needs related to COVID-19. On the flip side, there's at least $4 million worth of spending that could be postponed. There's no reason for any of these items, whether it's a new vehicle, another new vehicle, I should say, whether it's a planting project, a water main resurfacing project, the software, and all of these things can be postponed. There's really no dramatic need to do them this year. I think you'll be surprised that you're going to be spending a lot more money on COVID-19 before the year is out, and this kind of spending should be postponed to next year or later or canceled entirely. I heard a lot of support for Cradle to Career, but I took offense to the way it was presented to the council when it says annual payment, as if you're expected to just come up with $50,000. Maybe that was just a staff error to present it to you that way, but it shouldn't be considered a requirement of the city. And lastly, these bond funds that keep driving us further and further into debt, another $15 million. There has got to be a way to stop this before we just dig ourselves into a hole that we can never get out of. So please reconsider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, we got Martha Rudy.
Thank you. To the mayor and members of the city council, I am Martha Rudy. I live at 500 Lake Street in Evanston. I'm a lifelong Evanstonian. And I wanted to first of all thank the city employees who are at the front lines of this pandemic, the police, the fire, of course, but also, given any thought, the camp coordinators and so many others that are doing huge work here. So my reason tonight for speaking is that I wish to express my alarm and deep concern that this body is continuing to deal with controversial items during this time of a state of emergency and stay-at-home orders. It is my understanding that during such a time, such orders, that the only type of business that should be carried out is that which is required by the city to be able to function, i.e. approving accounts payable, amending codes that deal with issues that have come up specifically due to the pandemic or issues of public health. I do not think it is appropriate to be discussing or voting on issues that you know will have great public opposition, such as items P2 and P3 under Roman numeral 9, which is the P&D consent agenda. Yes, people can call in, they can Zoom in, but they cannot easily read presentations or plans. They cannot mobilize to express dissent or fully and completely participate in the process. When people are focused on health and safety, it is not right to expect this of your constituents. It reminds me a little bit of when Daley had the Meigs Field runways bulldozed in the middle of the night. Like you've done with Harley Clarke tonight, please postpone discussing these projects until such a time as people can more fully participate. Regarding the 605 Davis project specifically and several others that have come up recently, I oppose approving projects that have a large number of requests for variances. Every developer in the area knows that Evanston Council seems to bend over backwards to get development into town, and they are not shy about blowing right through any building codes we have. We are being taken advantage of by these developers, and I strongly suggest that rather than taking these controversial issues up at this time, the council use this time to start work with all stakeholders to see if the existing code needs to be revised instead. If the code truly is no longer workable, then it needs to be revised and adhered to. I am not in favor of ever granting substantial variances, and I am definitely not in favor of the council discussing these non-essential controversial development projects and potential sale of city real estate assets while we are under the state of emergency and stay-at-home orders.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Doreen Price. Is Doreen with us? If you're calling in, Doreen, it's *6.
hear me now?
I can hear you, Doreen. Welcome.
Thank you, and welcome my Zoom inability here, but the ability to laugh about it, I guess. Everybody spoke so well. I particularly like what Carl said, especially, and also the speaker before me, in terms of the fact that we really got to get serious about the stuff that's most important and make sure we have community engagement. And like right now it's dinner time, and I don't know how many people think of it, but in terms of families, the kids and all that have to eat around 5 o'clock, right? It's not something like, okay, well, I'm an adult and I can like get around or whatever. We have people who have lifestyles that we have to honor. And we have in the past, but right now it becomes even more critical because we need more engagement, not less. So with that, I want to read what I wrote, and thank you for having me. I think I was 1 minute late, but thank you for allowing for that. So I go, it's alarming. It's about 8:14. Again, it has to do with looking at something in a different way, because we're going to be, I think we've learned with the nonprofits and everyone else rising to the occasion, how great we can be as a community. I see that. It feels so good to be part of Evanston and doing whatever I can, even if it's just speaking at a meeting, to try to see how better engaged we can be. So with that in mind, I write, it's alarming that A14 regarding a pandemic that could last more than a year would be so rushed without full community discussion and scrutiny as it pertains to their rights and general or specific enforcement policies and procedures. Police powers delegation to city designates has to be reviewed, especially if police power review, accountability, and transparency are not applicable. It's time social justice is on the front end, just like juvenile justice initiatives, which we all know are fantastic. I applaud. I am happy. It makes me smile to know that Evanston did that. Relying on tired and broken courts and ordinances focused on punishment don't serve us as well as prioritizing health and well-being, both short and long term. Neither ordinance enforcement nor revenue generation need be punitive. And I emphasize that because Betty Esther said the governor states that it doesn't have to be punitive, and she has specifics. We talked about it last night, but her computer ditched. So you'll be hearing from her as a follow-up email.
Hey, Doreen, we're up in our 2 minutes.
Okay, so let me finish real quick because it really is important. It nurtures abuses, weaponizes the law, the worst in us as a society of human beings capable of the most beautiful emotions and accomplishments. Mistakes happen. What we do with those mistakes matter more. It would be wonderful to take time to reflect on the good in these quieter times, whether the wars we've waged in the past no longer apply. And I say with my whole heart, that's why it's important. Thank you, Mayor. The city has the opportunity to start with A14 to move forward on health, well-being, and social justice. To begin in this pandemic, to protect vulnerable residents means to incorporate our goals and costly learnings in this and following ordinances, processes, and enforcement policies. Last two sentences. Legal case by case corrected, neither the number wronged nor the social and economic consequences lethal to community well-being. During COVID-19, we've seen help and inspiration from many directions, not by decree, but through reflection, experience, and doing what's right. Now's the time to reflect.
Doreen, we're way over. We got to be respectful of everybody else.
No, but just please. The last sentence. And now's the time to reflect and get A14 to a better place too. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Doreen. All right. Next up, we've got Kira Kelly, then John Dorfman, then Mike Phillips.
Hi.
Welcome, Kira.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And thank you for all that you are doing right now. But before tonight's vote on the two major developments, a 19-story office high-rise and a controversial planned development at 1500 Blocker Bridge, I wanted to read a portion of Section 5 from Governor Pritzker's disaster proclamation related to the Open Meetings Act. And quickly, the key sentence here is that public bodies are encouraged to postpone consideration of public business when possible. And this sentence is important because tonight there's really no reason that these development projects need to proceed at this time without full and proper participation. The purpose of suspending the open meetings rules is that so municipalities can undertake business that needs to happen, not undertake all normal business. Governor Pritzker surely included this language to ensure public participation and avoid situations like council's P&D meeting last session, where two major developments were passed, yet there was no public comments from the public. Actually, there were a few people who signed up, but there were a lot of technical problems. I'm not sure if that was the issue or not. In stark contrast, just a few weeks before, people put their health on the line and came out in droves to the Plan Commission meeting to oppose these very same developments. So the moral to the story is participation is not happening by the public. Governor Pritzker has our back on this, and we ask that City Council does as well, and urge you to follow the governor's request and really the intention and spirit behind it. I'm sorry to say it feels like, kind of the opposite is true. We're seeing these major projects being quickly and easily passed with little discussion or little public pushback. And there's so much going on. Since your last vote, the COVID rates in Evanston and deaths have almost doubled. There's a crisis at a senior facility, and you guys extended a state of emergency in Evanston. Let's act like it and focus on city business. Also, the office market is changing through this. I don't know if through all these crises you're managing, you've seen all of the coverage in Cranes and all over that they think this could change permanently. After a historic growth streak, demand for office space could be decimated. Even when people, there's likely going to be a possible recession, but even in recovery, there's going to be a lot less demand for office, and many companies will not choose to bring all their workers back to the office when it is safe, because working at home is actually working out quite well, and it's a huge savings. Really, we can't predict the future. Maybe it'll be a boon for Evanston, but the point is, council needs to do what all companies and businesses are doing and pause and wait to see how the world is adjusting and assess the future situation before approving what could be an irrelevant building. We can't count on developers to make these kind of choices.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, appreciate it. Let's see, we got John Dorfman and then Mike Philippek.
Hi, this is John Dorfman. Yeah, sorry I heard that you called me before, but I didn't find the video link. And also I did send a comment, so please ignore that. Anyways, yeah, my name's John Dorfman. I'm mostly against P3, the proposed building at 1555 Ridge Avenue. I live basically at 1567 Ridge, just north. And I look south to 1555. I have no parking spot in my building, but I do rent a parking spot at the parking lot at 1555 Ridge. So I have two things. Basically, one, although I know that the building meets zoning requirements for parking, I feel that still the parking is a little bit low. I would say that eliminating, because it is a unique situation when it is a parking lot, if you eliminate that, maybe you had 23 to 31 additional cars due to displaced parking from Margarita Inn, other businesses, convenience parking of Oak Street building, which had their building attached to that lot, but then was moved more than 1,000 feet to Maple Garage, a small number of guest spots. They have 2 compared to like my building has 6, and then they only have 12 more units than parking spots. So if this proposal does go through, I would say that council should somehow look at adding additional parking spots in this area, although I'm not sure how it would be done. And then maybe think about later, I don't know, zoning, changing the zoning so there's more spots. At least in my building, there's a fair amount of spots per unit. Now, the other thing is, my guess is there's allowance to have a 3-foot setback on the north side that pushes the building closer to myself personally. So, I'm more restricted in my looking out the window. So I would ask that they follow the zoning of 15 feet for planned development. And yeah, that's about it. I just have to say, I mean, the building architecture and landscaping does look nice, so that's definitely a positive. But that's it.
Great. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Next up, we got Mike
Philippek. Yes.
Welcome, Mike.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear it. We can hear you. Oh, let's see.
Great, great. Right. I live in the same building as John. I'm on the 5th floor. And yes, I initially indicated that I opposed the construction of this building, but I would support it if there were two considerations that the city would consider. One, as John mentioned, was the parking. You have, this is a 68-unit apartment building with 57 spaces for parking. That conceivably means that 11 people are going to be driving around conceivably every night looking for parking. I've lived in Lincoln Park. I've lived in Evanston for 25 years. I don't want Evanston to be like Lincoln Park. So it's an apartment building. So we can't predict who's going to need parking or who will not need parking. So we really should take that under consideration, at least one parking space per unit. The second, as John also mentioned, was the boundary considerations. Initially, these were a 15-foot allowance and on the north side and a 3-foot allowance on the east side. There were at least 20 of us that were at the planning committee meeting, including myself and John, that expressed and explained why that this was impractical and unacceptable, that there should be the 15-foot allowance on the north side of the property line and the 3-foot on the east side. Now, I do want to thank the planning committee and the aldermen for keeping the handicap spot on Grove Street. That's very important. As I had indicated, I know somebody who's utilized that spot for over 20 years, 25 years actually. So I do thank for that. But if these two considerations that I brought up were considered, I would support this project. But let's do it right. I mean, we live in Evanston. We don't live in Lincoln Park. Evanston does have parking problems currently, and you know we should have this. And again, the building allowances, 15 feet. That's what the allowance is. And again, there were at least 20 of us at the last planning committee meeting that expressed this. So, Mayor, thank you for your time, and please consider this, and let's make this a win-win, and do it the correct way. I thank you.
Right. Thank you. And our last speaker tonight is Judith Treadway. Judith, if you're on the phone, it's *6. All right. I don't hear Judith. Okay, and then one other person we missed earlier wasn't here, Anita Gurwitz. Are you on the line? Okay. All right, hearing nothing from either of them, this concludes public comment. Thank you, everybody, for, as always, coming forward and sharing your perspective and your opinion with the City Council. We're now going to move into the agenda this evening. We've got several items for special consideration. And so we're going to move into the special orders of business this evening. Is there anyone on the council that would like to move SP1? SP1 was 2404 Ridge Avenue, the application for appeal of the Preservation Commission denial of a certificate of economic hardship. Is there anyone that would like to move that?
I don't mind doing it if we just take it in order.
Okay. Go ahead and move it, and then you can ask for a second.
Perfect. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'd like to move item SP1, 2404 Ridge Avenue, application for appeal of the Preservation Commission denial of the certificate of economic hardship.
Is there a second? All right. I'll ask one more time. Is there a second? Okay, hearing no second, this item is not moved for discussion or for action this evening. We're now going to move to SP2. SP2 is the Shoreline Condition Assessment Update discussion. And this is for discussion. This was the assessment that was done on the other disaster before we had COVID-19 that struck the Chicago area, and that I understand the federal government has not yet declared that a major disaster declaration, probably because we're in the midst of COVID-19. But would anyone like to move SP2 for consideration?
I move SP2 Shoreline Condition Assessment Update discussion for discussion.
Second.
All right. Erica Storley, would you like to start us off in this discussion?
Yes, as you know, the City Council approved us contracting with a consulting company to review the condition of the lake shore. That was done earlier this year, and now there's going to be a presentation on it, and I will hand it off to Laura Biggs.
Thank you, Erica. Are you seeing the power?
No, we see your face.
Okay, still working on it. Here we go.
There we go.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Alderman, Mayor, and City Clerk. My name is Laura Biggs. I am the Bureau Chief of Capital Planning, and I'm here to do a report out on our shoreline condition assessment. Here's a brief agenda of what we're going to be discussing. I would like to start with the background. Just as a refresher, we've been having a lot of issues with Lake Michigan water levels. They've risen quite rapidly since the low in 2013. During the winter, we saw there was a lot of storm activity, which created high waves that caused significant erosion, starting with a very bad event in January. We engaged Smith Group to do an assessment to identify where the worst situations were, if we needed to do temporary repairs, and how we could proceed forward. So what Smith Group began with was a condition assessment. They actually did a detailed site survey, basically up and down the entire lakefront that is publicly owned. They walked it, they took a lot of pictures and measurements, and they also used a drone to collect topographic information and some aerial photography that was also used in the evaluation. They then looked at each site and worked with staff to identify both the physical condition observed during the survey, that was based on the survey assessment, and the vulnerability to flood risk. But the staff weighed in quite a bit on the usage and the site criticality to our operations. And from there, using a system of priorities and ratings, they were able to begin to create a roadmap of repair needs. They have focused for the moment on identifying the immediate repair needs versus some of the longer term repairs we might consider. And they developed some conceptual design strategies and have started to put together the repair costs. And I just want to point out this picture that's in the lower right corner of the slide. This is, as we talk going forward about temporary flood protection, these are sandbags that are placed, not your traditional sandbags, much larger, but these types of things, although not restricting ourselves to these particular sandbags, when we say temporary flood protection, that is part of what might be our toolkit in order to be able to preserve the revetment and support it as we move forward. So here is a listing of the prioritization of sites. So you can see from the total list, they actually divided and carved up our lakefront into various beaches and locations. And then from the condition ranking, where 1 is great condition and 5 is terrible condition, you can see that most of our sites in that first column rank between 2 and 4. The likelihood of additional issues and vulnerabilities, again, Most of our sites are ranking in the 2 to 4 range. And then the usage, where 5 is, it is a very critical site for our city operations. That is where 1 is not critical and 5 is very important. So from that, they've identified 5 locations where we have fairly serious concerns about what is going on, that we believe that temporary work may be needed in order to preserve the parks and the infrastructure. So just going through these sites at a very high level, Greenwood Beach North is one of them, Elliott Park South, and Dempster Street facility. When you see those red outlines, those are our beach houses. Greenwood Beach House, Lee Street Beach House, and the Dempster Street facility where our beach operations are run out of. And the blue line indicates the portion of the revetment or shoreline that is failing in the most serious way. Those areas are unfortunately next to major buildings for us, and the failure of the revetment is actually likely to have a very direct impact on those buildings if it continues to deteriorate. There are 2 other sites that we were looking at as identified as the worst case scenario. Garden Park, you'll recall we did a substantial improvement of Garden Park this past construction season. The improvements are largely to the southern portion, not directly adjacent to where the rock wall is having serious issues, although we are seeing serious issues in that northeast corner. And Sheridan Road, which again, just the northern portion of the revetment. This is the area where Sheridan Road comes from Chicago and loops around the cemetery before connecting into South Boulevard. So going in more detail, the north end of Greenwood Beach, looking from the lake, you can see that the building is right behind this protective rock wall, which used to look much more like a solid rock wall than it does now. We are seeing revetment failure. The stone stability is compromised. This area actually is of concern just from a safety thing. Some of those rocks are very unstable, and it would not take a lot for somebody to go out and just push and potentially move a rock. So the short-term recommendations that they have come up with are basically to regrade and adjust the revetment stone right in front of that beach house and add some temporary flood barriers to the area just south of the beach house to preserve against waves basically coming from the southeast to the northwest. Elliott Park just the south end of Elliott Park is another location where we're really seeing the revetment undermined and unstable. We're finding that it's basically disintegrating. Waves crash through and over the revetment. They carry soil out from underneath the rocks, and then the rocks basically tumble further into the lake. And if you look at the bottom picture, one of the things that's striking is kind of on the left side of the picture, you're seeing much more in the way of large rock. As it goes further to the right side of the picture, substantial amount of the rock has disappeared. That left side actually is already showing that's not in great condition either. There should be more rock there than we currently see. So again, short-term recommendations, regrade and adjust the revetment stone and add some temporary flood barrier to this southern portion of Elliott Park.
Excuse me, Laura. Could I have you enlarge the presentation so we can see the photos a little bit better?
Oh, sure. Maybe. Nope.
Just click on Run Presentation or Start Presentation.
Oh, you're not seeing the same thing I am. I'm sorry. I had actually.
You haven't actually like started the slideshow. You're just going through the review. So go at the top menu, go to Slideshow.
I have started the slideshow. It's not showing you that slideshow.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
That is the problem. So let me at least do that. Nope.
That's okay. This is better what you did here.
Okay. Sorry about that. Dempster Street Beach House. the concerns that we have are that this area that is in front, right, this all used to be an asphalt area, drive space where vehicles were. Basically, we're standing roughly where the boat ramp drives way down to the main beach is supposed to be, and this was not filled with sand a year ago. Also, as you look at the revetment behind the beach house, this area was, the rock was much higher at one point. And so when we, again, look at the issues, we're seeing a lot of sand transport that's actually reaching the building, and there's flooding in the beach house facility. Our short-term recommendation would be to rehabilitate this revetment along the 60 feet section that's adjacent to the beach house. Garden Park North, just this area, the rock is just not as high as it is along the rest of Garden Park, and we're seeing a lot of overtopping during storm events. Again, we would just need to rehabilitate the revetment in this section at the north end of the park. And Sheridan Road, again, seeing loss of the stone revetment material, particularly along the north end where it's going around the cemetery. The crest stones were much larger than the underlying support material, so now that they have left, this remaining material migrates. The consultant is recommending that we rehabilitate the revetment along the 400 linear foot section. Now, I will say, in regards to Sheridan Road, that actually this section of road is an IDOT route, and we're not entirely clear about what the procedure would be to rehabilitate the revetment, because we would have to coordinate that with IDOT. So although the consultant is making a recommendation on Sheridan Road, the staff is actually suggesting we pause doing anything on Sheridan Road until we can reach out to IDOT to have a better understanding of whose responsibility is what and how we would go about even doing such a project. One of the unfortunate things in our current situation is IDOT is also working from home. Many of their plans are paper copy only. And so even to get these drawings, I think we're going to need to request them, but it may take some time even to get the drawings of the Sheridan Roads, of Sheridan Road in this section. So here's a summary table, and I'm sorry, I do realize this is small, but looking at those urgent need sites, including the Sheridan Road, the first column indicates what we should probably do before we open up beaches for summer, which is at Greenwood Beach North, we should regrade the slope and stabilize the wall, and at Elliott Park similarly. That's estimated to cost $50,000 at each site, or $100,000 total. And then through the summer and fall, at 4 of these sites, Greenwood Beach North, Elliott Park South, Dempster Street Beach House, and Garden Park North, we should be doing various flood protection projects and adding rock back into the revetment so that it can survive another winter. That work would cost approximately $650,000. So those two items would be $750,000. That does not include the work at Sheridan Road. And it does not, this is basically work that would be to carry us through the next year, although it may last longer than that. The consultant is continuing with developing a longer-term repair program. It's not, there's really not a need to look in detail at this picture, so I didn't really include a large map, but it just shows that they have divided up these areas, and different colors along these areas indicate different levels of concern about what's going on. But these costs would be substantially more in order to do long-term revetment repair. There are not a lot of choices for funding, and I am aware of the funding situation that we are in. Talking with our chief financial officer, it does seem that really our only choices for funding would be to issue general obligation bonds in order to cover the costs. And the cost of that $750,000 debt issue would essentially be $55,000 a year to the budget for 20 years. The lake level predictions went to the Army Corps Engineer Weekly Forecast, and currently Lake Michigan is higher than it has previously been. It has not magically gone down. So we are 3 inches higher than March 2020, and comparing to April of last year, we are 11 inches higher. This is fairly typical with what we've seen since January, that the lake is approximately 11 inches higher than last year, which is about 36 inches higher than average. So what we're seeing is basically the lake is still at that very high level. There is no prediction that it's going to decrease. And so I do want to just take a minute and say, well, what does this mean if we do or do not do these projects? So currently, that wall has served us for decades and basically provides a physical barrier that dissipates wave energy when it hits it. And when the lake level is lower, it was very well able to absorb that wave energy. But as the lake levels got higher and waves began overtopping the wall, they basically caused some erosion and decreased the stability of the wall. And that wall, which is failing, still has provided a lot of protection to our lakefront. We would expect, based on the best information we have right now, that the situation is not going to improve this winter. It is likely we will have winter storms again with a lot of high levels of wave energy, and we will continue to see those waves hitting our shoreline. But now the wall is deteriorated, in some places almost disappeared, and it will not be there to dissipate the waves. And so we would expect to see a lot more erosion of our parkland in the areas around those park buildings. So that damage that may occur may cost substantially more to repair in the future. The Greenwood Street and Lee Street Beach House, I haven't priced out what they are. When we built the Clark Street Beach House several years ago, the cost of that was approximately $1 million, although it did include significant roadway improvements. Dempster Street Beach House is a substantially more expensive facility that includes warehouse, customer service staff, offices, houses, not a forklift, but small vehicles, and it serves all of our beach operations. So I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just trying to give a clear picture of if we do or do not the project, do or don't do these projects, what the consequences might be. And so just ending on this site, minus this line 5 Sheridan Road, which I think we need just to do a lot more research on to determine what's even feasible. The staff recommendation is that if the council so chooses, we would proceed with doing the work at sites 1 through 4, some of which we need to try to complete before we open the beaches, or we may need to section off areas of the beach in order to keep people away from dangerous rock that is not stable. And with that, if the council wants us to proceed, we would need to bring back a resolution probably at the next meeting to amend the discussion about the general obligation bonds, which we are having tonight, the resolution to approve spending on the general obligation bonds before they're sold. And we would probably also recommend, because of the short turnaround, the consultant is really going to just be proceeding with design documents right now if the council wants us to move forward. So we would then need to complete those and most likely go out for quotes to get multiple quotes from contractors rather than going through a public low bidding process in order to shorten the time frame and get a contractor on board to complete the construction this fall. That's my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions or hear any direction from the City Council.
Thank you, Laura. Question for you: how much of the scope of work that you've outlined here is to repair these facilities to the pre-disaster condition, versus how much of it is beyond that and mitigating from a future disaster, the impact of a future disaster?
So the work at Dempster Street Beach House and Garden Park North would be, the Dempster Street Beach House would be basically to try to repair it to the pre-disaster condition. A lot of the other work, Garden Park North, we may actually be able to improve it a little bit more substantially so that it will survive a small amount of future lake level increase. The work at Greenwood Beach and Elliott Park South, I don't believe will even really repair it to the pre-disaster condition. It's just a method to make sure that we don't get additional damage to buildings over the next 12 months. And it could be that if we have a calm winter or the lake, or a dry summer, the lake levels will go down. We won't have the severity of storms. We could survive just fine and those repairs could last forever. Or it could be that we're sitting here next year talking and we have to redo this work all over again.
Now, we put in a request, as did the city of Chicago and Cook County, a request for a major disaster declaration because of the damage caused. And there was a preliminary damage assessment done, correct? And what is the status of that request?
Actually, I think I would defer that question to Chief Poole, who I believe is on the line. And she is the person who oversaw that request.
All right. Chief, if you're on the line, I'd love to have an update on it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you please repeat the question?
So my question was, the state put in, and then the county and the city of Chicago and Evanston, a request for a major presidential declaration from that winter storm. What's the status of that decision on the part of the federal government?
Last I was told by IEMA, it was sitting on the president's desk.
Okay. Do we know if any of the other states that have put that request in, including Michigan and Illinois, have heard anything?
I have not heard anybody's received a response, but I will look into that further.
My suggestion would be for the city to continue to consider the importance of this work and continue to have those conversations with the professional staff of the city offline.
Sure, sounds good. Will do. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is the Dutch elm disease. Alderman Fisk, could you move that for discussion?
Yes, I will. It's SP3, the Dutch elm disease injection program discussion. Staff requests that we discuss and provide direction regarding the program.
For a second. Saw some hands go up for a second. Anybody?
Second.
Okay, great. Erica, do you want to help lead us into that discussion?
Sure. So as we were combing through this year's budget, trying to find ways that we could decrease our spending in order to offset some of the revenue loss that we have, we looked at the Dutch elm disease program. As you recall, we've been doing this for many years with some success, but this is a prudent expense to look at to see if there's a different way we can do it and potentially save some cash for a current year. So I believe Dave is here to run through some options with the council and get direction on this matter.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Clerk Reed, Dave Stoneback, Public Works Director. And yes, I'd like to go over
Is anyone else hearing him okay? I'm not.
No, Dave. Can't hear you, Dave.
No.
If if he gets reconnected, we'll have him start back from the beginning. One more minute.
PowerPoint presentation, if I could.
Hey, Dave. Dave, can you hear me?
Just talk. Okay, on audio.
I'm going to call him, so just give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that. He got disconnected, so I would request that we move on to the next item, and then we'll come back to him.
Okay, thank you, Erica. Alderman Nguyen, could you move SP4?
Yes, this SP4 is city-owned real estate assets report from consultant Jones Lang LaSalle. The staff recommends the City Council accept and place on file the city-owned real estate assets report from consultant Jones Lang LaSalle. This is for action, and so I move that we accept it and place it on file.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, see none, all in favor?
I think there might be a presentation on this one as well.
Oh, okay.
There is. I was waiting for a cue to be able to.
Sorry,
I didn't know if you guys wanted to or if we were still presenting. So let me just go ahead and share my screen real quick.
City Manager, can I do a quick introduction, please?
Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Clerk Reed, and members of the council.
Come on up here, okay?
Susan, do you mind holding for just a moment? So a few things I wanted to say before we present this. So a lot of staff was involved. I wanted to thank Laura Biggs and Sean Cholik for helping out on this project. I wanted to point out a few things briefly. One, the report is intended to give us a general overview of the potential value of the properties and just preliminary recommendation of property utilization. It's just meant to be a starting point. I also suggest that the timing of this report couldn't be better considering COVID's potential impact on how we do business, both during the outbreak and long term. We're going to recover from this, and we should use this report to start planning. Property decisions take time. We can't afford to sit back and wait until COVID is resolved. So we really need to use this report to think about future planning. And a couple of key additional points. I wanted to make sure that you understood that my staff's recommendation was somewhat mischaracterized during public comment. We're not suggesting that we don't move forward with the report. What I'm saying is staff is recommending that we hold off on engaging JLL for phase 2 until we regroup and figure out the true cost. There's some work that staff might be able to do internally and engage JLL to a lesser degree. So I'm not suggesting that we don't move forward to phase 2. I'm saying we do so in a different way. And then later in the budget the budget presentation from CFO Hitesh Desai, we're going to mention that we want to change the funding source for this report to CIP. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that later. Ms. Sullivan from JLL will present. She's done a great job, and sorry for the delay, Susan, but go ahead and kick it off now.
No problem, Paul. Thanks so much. Before I get started, I just want to make sure you're all able to see my screen.
We're able to see it, but we need to start the presentation so we can see it larger.
Okay. It's right now in in the presentation view. So you should be able to see it in a large.
Now it is.
Okay, great. And to the JLL team, if you can all unmute yourselves and show yourselves on video, we're going to get started. Okay, so as Paul said, tonight we're going to present the City of Evanston Real Estate Assets Evaluation, our Phase 1 findings. Before we get started, I just want to again introduce myself. My name is Susan Sullivan, and I am the project manager from JLL. For this particular project, we also teamed up with Tilton, Kelly & Bell, a women-based subcontractor, and Grumman Buckus Associates, an Evanston-based subcontractor. So in Phase 1, what we did was do a preliminary review of the City of Evanston's real estate assets. So we worked together with the city's project team to identify 13 sites to be the subject of Phase 1. And our approach to evaluating those 13 sites really boiled down to 3 main areas: site tours, a market analysis, and a high-level preliminary financial analysis. So after the evaluation of the 13 sites, the JLL team recommended 7 sites to be studied further in Phase 2. You can see from this slide, this is the comprehensive list of all the sites that we evaluated. The ones that are bolded are the ones that we recommend for further study in Phase 2. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Michael Hofstrom, who's going to take you through the findings for the civics.
Thank you, Susan. Good evening, everyone. So the first site that we're recommending for further study is the Evanston Civic Center. During our analysis, our team identified significant capital investment that will need to be made in the Civic Center building during the next few years. And we also observed during the site visit Susan mentioned underutilized space within the building, in part due to its original intent as a school building, not as an office building. Rather than making those capital investments in the existing facility, this may be an opportunity for the city to consider either acquiring or developing a replacement facility for the Civic Center. And as part of that, potentially consolidating administrative functions, including the police and fire headquarters with that Civic Center facility. For the second phase, what our team would do would be to conduct more space programming and space planning activities to understand what that consolidated facility might look like and what the space needs might be, as well as conduct a more in-depth financial analysis to understand what the disposition value of the existing Civic Center site might be. Next slide.
So Grumman Buckus looked at the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection systems serving the Civic Center. We had heard from many users that the existing HVAC system is just problematic, requires a lot of service, and does not serve the various zones in a comfortable or reliable manner. Previous studies and investigations by our office have uncovered multiple reasons for these conditions, including poor water quality in the condenser loop. We took 2 approaches in estimating the costs. One was like for like, in which we would provide a new functional system, that is a new system of distributed heat pumps along with the new piping and other equipment as needed. This would be done in the first 2 years. The rest of the costs are primarily regular maintenance, testing, and to repair or replace as required. We do anticipate both boilers would need to be replaced in years 6 through 10. There's nothing substantive in the electrical, plumbing, or fire protection systems other than routine maintenance, although significant ceiling tear out would allow for ceiling and lighting work. For the upgrade approach with a higher cost, we would be providing a new functional system that is a complete upgrade. So several large air handlers utilizing a new central plant and providing chilled water and heating water. So there would be a large electrical commitment. And this approach requires electrical switchgear replacement and upgrade with the substantial cost right away. However, maintenance costs would probably be the same or drop over the coming years, and efficiency would improve and fewer pieces of equipment would need substantive replacement. There would be a full ceiling tear out, which would allow for more ceiling and lighting work. I'll let TKB speak to that.
Thank you. From the staff, we not only heard of the problems with the air conditioning system, but we also heard that lighting and the windows were frequent areas of repair and ongoing costs. So The ceiling work is a necessity if you're going to go ahead with the mechanical system upgrades. Lighting makes sense to be considered for the area where the ceilings have already been disrupted. So that is included in a portion of the building in the like-for-like scenario, and the entire building in the upgrade renovations. Window work is seen as continuing on an annual basis over the next 5 years. And toilet room upgrades, many of which have been completed, would be finished over the next 5 years. And finally, if a long-term commitment is going to be made to this building, we believe a freight elevator would substantially enhance operations. And that too has been budgeted. Paula?
Mike, do you maybe want to just proceed with Paula's portion, and then we can.
Certainly. Sorry for the delay. None of these upgrades, however, address the organizational problems inherent in the building. JLL started to discuss that earlier. They stem from the fact that the building was primarily a school, or was originally a school, and there are some certain structural limitations, wide corridors, narrow classroom spaces that don't lend themselves to an efficient office situation. The location of the present elevators and the multiple entrances provide some serious security issues that the city hasn't really been able to completely address, and it makes for the building to be pretty unfunctional all the way around. Fortunately, the building is larger than it needs to be for the city's use, but it certainly is not efficient, and the ongoing repair costs are substantial. Next slide.
So the second facility that our team recommended for further consideration is the Police and Fire Headquarters. Similar to the Civic Center, there are capital investments that are going to need to be made in this facility in the coming years. And during our site visit, our team identified some underutilized spaces in the facility. While this would be a consolidation with the Civic Center is something that the city certainly could consider, there may be some challenges, such as the relocation of the police and fire fleet, that will need to be a part of that further consideration of consolidation. As with the Civic Center, we'll continue to do space programming and financial analysis in phase 2 to better understand what the uses in that consolidated facility might look like, as well as what the potential disposition value of the current site might be.
So again, for Grumman Buckus, when we visited the police and fire headquarters, the city of Evanston facilities person that took us around said he thought that the heart of the Civic Center was functional but aging and needed a lot of work. The distribution needed even more work. The arteries and veins of the system, if you will, are not performing well at all. But when we talked about the police and fire headquarters, he said that the heart of the system for that building will need attention soon, but the arteries and veins are in much better shape. And in looking at the needs of the building and the possible options, we do generally agree with this assessment. So in the like-for-like scenario for the police and fire headquarters, we would recommend replacing the large air handlers in the midterm and long term, but you could maintain the chillers for the next decade, and the boilers could also stay, although they will require more and more attention, likely burner replacements in the mid and long term. With the upgrade approach, we would still be replacing the air handler units right away, in the midterm and long term, and you could maintain the chillers for a while, but we would recommend replacing them in the long term for better efficiency and less preventive maintenance, and then also maintain the boilers right away, but replace those in the midterm to reduce future preventive maintenance and increase efficiency. And so in these scenarios, there wasn't a lot of architectural impact. I'll let TKB speak to that.
Right, Eric's mechanical work in this case would occur not above the ceiling, but in mechanical penthouses and boiler rooms. So there is not the incentive or need to do significant ceiling or lighting replacements. The recommendation is that the elevator be replaced. It is old and unreliable and small, and that toilet rooms and locker areas be upgraded to achieve ADA compliance. Again, however, though, there are inherent operational limitations apparent in the building. The building has been frequently remodeled as the use of it has evolved, and spaces have been repurposed rather creatively, but it leads to a very crowded second floor with a circuitous circulation path. The one opportunity perhaps to remedy some of that is the current records area, which is oversized now because of recent technological enhancements to the records department. That space could relieve some of the overcrowding, could perhaps offer an area for public engagement given its position right next to the main lobby, or be a swing space for further remodeling. So that has been $200,000 plus has been budgeted for that in the upgrade scenario. But the building is very stout and robust, and as a result of that, it is also very expensive to remodel. Next slide.
Rashad? Rashad? Okay, looks like we might have some difficulty with some of our teammates and the volume. So I'll just go ahead. Oh, there he is. Okay.
And during our tour of the city, we observed that the Gibbs Morrison Culture Center, its space is underutilized. Furthermore, the Animals Shelter and the Adoption Center is seeking a $18 million grant, which will cover a portion of costs to construct the replacement shelter. We recommend both sites move to the next phase to conduct an in-depth financial analysis.
And then finally, there's 9 parking lots that we have recommended for further study. Most notably, the parking garage at 1800 Maple could serve as a potential location for a consolidated civic center and police and fire headquarters facility. And there's 7 Southeast Evanston parking lots that could potentially be consolidated depending on their current utilization. So in phase 2, we would go ahead and, as with the other sites I mentioned, we would conduct that financial analysis to understand what the disposition value might be. And for those Southeast Evanston parking lots, we take a look at utilization to understand if consolidation of those lots might be feasible. And then here we have the 6 sites that we did not recommend move on for further study. Generally, these sites weren't recommended because they're well utilized, they're currently being leased, or they have potential issues with development, such as environmental issues.
Okay, so in conclusion, for next steps, if and when the city does decide to move forward with the phase 2, the JLL team will take a deeper dive into these 7 sites that we recommend for further evaluation. We'll recommend renovation and disposition strategies, and these strategies will help provide monetization and cost-saving opportunities for the city. We are completely appreciative and aware of the current situation that the city is in, dealing with COVID-19 and its effects on the city and the economics of the city. So just wanted to leave with that, just give you a little flavor of what we would do in phase 2 if and when we are engaged. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it tonight.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions from the council?
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Not a question, but a statement regarding Gibbs Morrison, and understanding that this is, a discussion. It's to be placed on file. There is no action, but making sure we're very careful to consider our city priorities, our inclusionary goals, and our culture and vision for the city. specifically the Fifth Ward and that part of town where we have committed ourselves to improving it as we work on reparations, knowing that that is a area of town that has a large Black population. Appreciating that the building is underutilized, is my opinion that we could have done more to staff and program it so that we did make better use of it. But I don't want us to discount the current use. So it currently is used as a place where families can go and rent for special occasions, repasses, birthday parties, community events, church services, for a area where families may not have access to such event space. So I want us to be thinking about that if we do move forward into a second stage. And there might be a better use and even a better operator, but it's important that we consider our culture and our commitment to diversity and inclusion as we make these decisions and not budget alone.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from other aldermen? Okay. All right. Seeing none. Thank you, Susan, to your entire team. Thank you, Paul.
We appreciate the opportunity.
Zelmazak for overseeing this project, and I'm sure we'll have further conversations about this. Thank you. So is there there was a motion that was seconded. All in favor of accepting and placing this report on file, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the report's accepted and placed on file. Thank you. Alderman Ruth Simmons, could you move SP5?
Certainly, SP5, authorization for the city manager to access up to $7.5 million line of credit with Byline Bank. Staff recommends that the city council authorize the city manager to sign an agreement with Byline Bank to access to a line of credit up to an amount of $7.5 million for essential functions, including public safety, public health, public works, and community development. This is for action.
Second.
All right, so this has been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, we'll be seeking an amendment to this agenda item this evening. So I just want to ask Hitesh Desai, our CFO, to speak to that for a minute.
Thank you, Mayor Storley. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. So yeah, when we prepared this resolution like a few weeks ago, and the situation has been ever evolving, you know that, and now the governor has announced the shelter in place or stay home by 4 weeks. So originally, this was almost a month back where I thought that, okay, we might need something to the tune of $7.5 million. And then we looked at it, the situation kind of got worse. We continue to spend more on the COVID-19 expenses and some of the other contractual commitment, as well as we anticipated the impact on our revenues that we might lose more than what we anticipated. So, at least for the last few days, I've been working with the Byline Bank, and they have approved a $15 million line of credit. So I would unfortunately, I could not get it on time, but I'm expected to get the new term sheet with the only one change, and that is the amount. It would go up from $7.5 million to the $15 million. All of the terms and conditions would remain the same. So I would request to have that amendment, the amount be changed from $7.5 million to $15 million.
Okay. All right. So before we have somebody put that amendment forward, let's just have discussion on this item, whether it's $7.5 million or $15 million. City manager, I just want to make sure I'm clear and everybody's clear on this. This line of credit that you're seeking to have with the bank is not to deficit spend per se. It is for cash flow purposes, so we have enough cash on hand to meet commitments that the council has made in the budget. Is that correct?
That's accurate. So this is not meant to be anything other than giving us an additional amount of cash to get through day-to-day expenses while we're in the midst of the pandemic. Because we've had such impact to our revenues, our cash balance may drop down to an unreasonably low level. And we don't want to be in a position where we don't have enough money in the bank at any given time to meet all of our expense requirements, including payroll and other things. So this will give us some flexibility to draw what we need to get us through until we get those revenues back up, hopefully in the future, and then also to get to our second property tax payments coming in the fall.
All right, and then at the next, our next item is going to be to discuss the 2020 budget, and during that, we're going to talk about cash flow and see a trend of cash flow, as well as other decisions that you or the council has to make on expense reductions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Alderman Rainey.
Is it at the same interest rate?
Yes, same interest rate, no changes in terms and conditions, except the amount.
They could reduce it a little.
I mean, I'm working hard, but yeah, I mean, it is a kind of LIBOR rate, so it is like a variable rate right now.
Right.
Hitesh, did you compare, did you like, have banks compete against one another for this and compare rates that they were offering us?
Right. I mean, I'm working with other bank too, and they offered me a $10 to $15 million with a little lower rate, but the only downside was that they want to charge us the fees for the unused amount. Now, in this uncertain environment, I don't know whether I need money because as of today, even.
No.
Got it. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question, I guess. I know we're going to do the budget discussion next, and I wish we would have done that first so we have a better understanding, at least people watching along. But Erica, can you give us an idea of how long you expect this cash to last us to cover expenses? And, do we need the cash next month? Do you want to just kind of have the cash on hand? What does our cash flow look like now? How much kind of reserve do we have if we don't get the loan?
Do you want me to, Erica?
Yeah, we could bring the cash slide up right now. Hitesh can speak to how
right.
This might last and where we're going to end up on the trend line of getting to our near drop down.
Right. Yeah, we can do that, but just to answer the question, like right now we are in a kind of comfortable position. I mean, comfortable means not as good as it should have, but at least like total cash as of today, we have around $67 million, excluding pension funds and library and all that. So yeah, I don't see like using that 10 million or whether 15 million right away, say in the month of May. But we just want to keep it, as I think the manager mentioned earlier, to pay the bills, to do the payroll, to pay for the contractual services, to pay for the utilities. And so it's good to have that, cash out. And the good thing is you pay the interest when you start using it, and you pay the interest on the amount you use it. So that's why it is kind of not a financial burden on the city unless you use it and for the time period you use it.
So I have another question real quick. So if we draw this line of credit down, can you provide us, if you start to use it, I'd like to kind of have an update for that, just to our regular budget, so we can have an idea of where we are with cash flow and the line of credit.
Absolutely. We can do that after we have started using it, how much we have used and for what purpose or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Rainey.
Well, seeing the projections, I thought it was unusual that the line of credit was going to be a little over 7 million. I thought it should be more. But in addition, one of the comments I want to make is that the important thing is that we make sure that we are timely in paying our bills, because some of the people that we pay are in desperate need of those payments so that they can pay their people that are in desperate need of that revenue. Because we can see from what we're not going to be getting from looking at our projections that there are a lot of people out there that are just really in very bad shape. I mean, they're not able to pay sales tax and things because their stores are closed and not functioning. So I would like us to have a very, very healthy line of credit so that we can do business normally as we can.
All right, thank you, Alderman. Alderman Nguyen, did you have something? Okay, all right. Any other comments or questions?
I'd like to move approval of the amendment to the line of credit. Is it 15 million even?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
I would like to increase the line of credit from Byline Bank so that it equals $15 million.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, City Clerk, could you take the roll, please? And this is the roll on SP5 authorization for the city manager to access up to $15 million line of credit with Byline Bank.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't catch it. Did we vote on the Alderman Rainey's amendment?
Yes.
That's what we're voting on.
And it needs to be a roll call with the majority wins vote.
Okay. Alderman Braithwaite? Aye. Alderman Nguyen?
Aye.
Alderman Wilson? Aye. Alderman Ruth Simmons?
Aye.
Alderman Sufferton? Aye. Alderman Ravel?
Aye.
Alderman Rainey?
Aye.
Alderman Fleming?
Aye.
Alderman First?
Aye.
All right. The amendment increasing it to 15 million passes the city council on a 9-0 vote. All right.
We circle back to the Dutch Elm presentation now.
Well, we need to approve the actual.
We have to now approve the actual thing, even though it seems like that was what was approved before.
I move approval of the amended line of credit with Byline Bank.
Second.
All right, City Clerk, could you take the roll, please?
Alderman Braithwaite? Aye. Alderman Nguyen?
Aye.
Alderman Wilson? Aye. Alderman Simmons?
Aye.
Alderman Sufferton? Aye. Alderman Ravel?
Aye.
Alderman Rainey?
Aye.
Alderman Fleming?
Aye.
Alderman First?
Aye.
All right, as amended, the $15 million line of credit with Byline Bank passes the Evanston City Council on a 9-0 vote. Per the city manager's request, we're going to go back to SP3 Dutch Elm Disease Injection Program discussion. Eric?
Take it away, Dave.
And this was already, just so everyone knows, this was moved and seconded for discussion.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me and see my screen?
Yes.
Sorry about that technology failure. The reason I'm talking about this tonight was that I was asked to look for budget savings, and the $800,000 budgeted for the Dutch elm disease in this year is by far the largest expense in the Public Works Agency other than our personnel for 2020. The program, the Dutch elm disease program, has been very successful.
Dave, sorry to interrupt. We're only seeing my folder.
Which folder?
We're not seeing the presentation. We're just seeing like my computer.
Is that bringing it up?
When you click the share screen button, there are typically a few options of which screen to show. You may have a couple windows open there.
And you're still not seeing it?
No, I've got it up. I'm just going to share my screen. You can just tell me when you want me to forward it.
Okay, thank you.
You have to turn yours off first, though.
Okay, I stopped sharing.
All right, go ahead.
Ta-da.
Thank you. And next screen, please. So the injection program has been very successful. We started losing trees in 1997, and until we began injecting the elm trees, we were losing about 169 elm trees a year. After we started the injections in 2005, the average between 2006 and 2019 has only been 34 elm trees a year. So it really has been beneficial and kept the trees alive. We currently have 2,371 elm trees that are larger than 10 inch in diameter. You cannot treat elm trees that are smaller than 10 inch. And you can see the numbers there, how many are larger than 30 inch and how many are less than 30 inch in diameter. Next screen, please. So when the program began was in 2005, an ordinance was written, and in the city code it says that we should inject the elm trees every 3 years. That's how long the manufacturer of the fungicide indicates that it will work within the tree. And originally the injections were only to be done on the signature trees 30 inch or more in diameter. In 2011, because of the success of the injection program, City Council directed staff to inject all the elm trees larger than 10 inch because it was so successful. Go next screen, please. This has been a discussion item for many years on what to do with the elm trees, and it's never been recommended to stop injecting the elm tree program because it's just too expensive to stop. The current 2020 cost to inject an elm tree is about $382, but to remove an elm tree less than 30 inch diameter averages about $1,500, and if it's more than 30 inch diameter, it's estimated to cost $2,300 to remove them. And then if you remove them, you typically want to try to replace them. So the cost to purchase and plant a new tree is $369. So you really start adding up the dollars if you remove the trees and then replace them compared to just injecting them. Next slide. So I developed 4 alternatives for the City Council to consider. The first one is to continue our current program, which is to hire a contractor every 3 years to inject about 77% or 1,800 trees. And then the remaining trees are injected, a third of them every year by our in-house staff. And again, this is the program that's been done since 2005. We could discontinue the injection program entirely. However, based on my analysis, that would be more expensive than continuing to inject the trees. Another alternative would be to treat just 1/3 of all elm trees each year. That would smooth the cost that we have. Instead of having this big $750 to $800 expense every year, we could spend more like $250,000 every year. And then the fourth option was just to go back to the original ordinance, was to treat elm trees larger than 30 inch in diameter. And my suggestion is to treat just 1/3 of those trees every year. And if you go to the next slide, please. So this table, which is also in the memo that was prepared, shows the 4 different options. And in the column, the first column, the 2020 cost, I broke down what it is to the cost in 2020 to complete each one of those different options. And as this indicates, option 4, which is to treat 1/3 of the signature trees every year, is the option that provides the most cost savings in the 2020 budget. I'm projecting that we'd only need to spend $325,000 of the $800,000 allocated. So we'd have a budget savings of about $475,000. And then if you look at the middle column, the 3-year cost to do this, work is the lowest of all the 4 options as well. It's still over $1 million over a 3-year period, but we start to reduce the number of elm trees. We anticipate that we're going to lose 94 trees a year, or lose 282 over a 3-year period. And based on the number of trees that we currently have and losing 94 trees a year, I estimate that we would have, in 25 years, that we would have none of the original American or red elm trees left. I do want to point out that the city is planting a lot of the hybrid elm trees. In fact, they're 9.1% of our total tree population. Evanston has approximately 32,400 trees. The elm trees, American and red elm trees, make up 7.5% of that. But again, our hybrid elm trees make up 9.1% of our total tree population. I know that this has been a scary thought to not inject all the elm trees, but we kind of have a history with a similar issue with the ash trees. And in 2006, we had approximately 4,000 ash trees. But right now, we only have 300 ash trees left. So the ash trees took a big hit, and I know it was devastating to see these trees come down. But after they're down and replanted and new trees are coming back up, it's not as big as loss as one would think. So that's the end of my presentation, and I would like to get direction from the council as how they would like us to.
Thank you, Dave. So it's open now for questions, comments. Let's start with Alderman Fisk, and then we'll go to Alderman Ravel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to advocate for us continuing the program as it is. I think the next closest option, which would be doing a third of them each year, leaves 2/3 of the trees in, I don't know, at risk. And I think the associated costs with that just really don't make any sense. So I strongly support continuing the program as it is. It's been successful, and I think it's something that is important for us to do, frankly.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Ravel?
Well, I agree with Alderman Fisk. I believe we should maintain our disease injection program at the current level. Treating fewer of our elm trees will save money in the short term, and that's certainly really important for us, but this would have a really lasting impact on our community. With that fourth option, over the next 3 years, we would save not quite $100,000, but we would lose 180 more trees than we would with the current program. I think that's just, I can't even begin to think about that. We heard from Wendy Pollock with some really important statistics, I think, about the benefits that we have from our trees, especially our big trees, like our 30-inch and bigger elm trees. They keep so much stormwater out of our sewer system, and given with climate change, the greater frequency and intensity of our rainstorms, we need the stormwater management of these big trees. They also sequester a lot of carbon for us, and as we're trying to become a carbon-free community by 2050, we need all those trees to help with the carbon sequestration as well. So I think, to have all of our elm trees gone in just 25 years is too big a price to pay.
Thanks. Thank you, Alderman. Any other Alderman? Alderman Nguyen?
I completely agree with, am I unmuted?
You are.
Yeah, you're okay.
So I completely agree with Alderman Fisk and Alderman Ravel. I do think that when you look at as Alderman Ravel just said, over a 3-year period of time, we're only saving $100,000, and yet we're losing so many of these trees. And we now know their value much more than just their aesthetic value. Their environmental value to us is we can't possibly replace them in a 3-year period of time, or even a much longer period of time. So I think this one, I appreciate the work that the staff has done on this because I think it makes us realize just how valuable they are. But I think really the smartest option is to stay the course in what we're doing because I'm sure that there are groups out there who can calculate the cost to a community of the difference between a 30-inch elm and a small new tree, and I'm sure it is more than if you totaled it up, it would be much more than the $100,000 that we'd save. So I think we stay the course on this one and find the savings in other places.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Fisk?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of other thoughts. First of all, these very tall canopy trees provide habitat for some of our largest birds. And, if we're going to maintain a healthy ecosystem of birds in our community, we need those tall trees. The other thing is that I have lost a number of elm trees in my own yard and have replanted some of the hybrid elms. And it's in progress. A lot of these don't look like elms, and they tend to be more delicate than our elm trees are. So I would just not want to go in the direction of saying, hybrid elms, we can have them back again in another 30 years. We don't know exactly how the hybrids are going to, develop over that time. So again, just two other little points I wanted to mention.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Alderman Fleming?
Yes, thank you, Dave, for the presentation and helping us look at the cost over time. I appreciate trees and birds and the ecosystem and all the things that were mentioned, but I also am very cognizant that, our next discussion is going to be about, probably some pretty severe numbers that we have to figure out how to keep our staff in place, how to keep our city afloat, how to keep the service level that our population is expecting. And then we just don't know what the future is going to hold in terms of the pandemic and when we're going to get staff back to full capacity and all those things. So while I appreciate all the benefits of trees, I just have a really hard time spending almost $1 million on one species of tree. I mean, Dave pointed out in the beginning that this is his highest cost next to personnel. And I know that our city staff, well, in particular, Erica and ourselves later, are going to have to look at maybe letting go some of those staff. So, when I compare trees to staff, I know they're different things, but when I'm looking at line items on a budget, I'm going to have to really think about how to, be more cost effective with the tree budget and try to keep some of our staff. So I would support, number 3 as a concession. I know it's not ideal, but I would, be okay supporting that one. I cannot support the full payment at this point, knowing that we just have a lot of tough choices ahead of us. And I'm really mindful of our staff. Their unemployment insurance is out now. We know there are some COVID-19 funds there, but those are not going to last forever. And we have no idea what this national economy is going to look like. So I'm much more concerned about staff who we're going to have to lay off. And I'm just going to have to put them in front of trees at this budget line item.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Rainey? Alderman Rainey?
I do not believe a vote for trees is a vote against our staff, and I don't see any reason to make that comparison, and therefore I move to support the plan for saving elm trees, the plan that has always worked ever since a group of citizens talked us into it originally. And it has saved so many elm trees. And it actually takes employees of the city of Evanston to save these trees. So I move approval of the original plan. I think it was number 1 in the presentation.
Second.
All right. Let's see. Any other discussion on this? Okay. So Eric, I have a question for you. This was just a discussion item today. So do you feel like
Yes.
you've got enough feedback or?
Yes, I think we have general direction, and we'll move forward with the regularly scheduled programming, and that will be on a future council agenda for approval.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to, Alderman Braithwaite, could you move SP6 for discussion?
Now, do you want to withdraw the motion?
No, I mean, just being ignored, that's okay.
I'm not trying to ignore you, Alderman Rainey.
No,
I'm-
no, I don't mean that. I mean,
Discussion
we'll
item.
just ignore that it was made. No,
Yeah.
no.
Okay. All right. Alderman Braithwaite, you want to move SB6 for discussion?
Sure. I'd like to move for discussion item SP6, 2020 budget discussion, COVID-19 impacts. Is that SP6?
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All right. So this item's now open for discussion. We're going to turn to City Manager Storley to start us through this.
All right. Well, I wish I could say I saved the best for last, but I didn't. This is going to be a very sobering presentation and lots of unknowns. So while we have done the best that we can estimate what the impacts of this pandemic will be on our budget, it's still largely unknown. We have a very good estimate, but depending on how long this goes and what kind of recovery.
Erica, you froze up on us. Erica, we can't hear you.
You hear me?
Now we can hear you, yes.
All right, so I'm not sure where it cut off, but what I was saying was that with everything still quite unknown, we've developed sort of a range of where we think maybe a ceiling is and maybe a floor is. It could be anywhere from 10 to 20% of our revenues that are lost. And that's anywhere between, 11 to $20 million. So it's pretty significant. And we've got a presentation. I believe Kate is going to share her screen now, and I'll start that off. All right, so if you could go to the next screen, please. So we're going to cover, of course, the impact on the revenues for the city this year, what expense reductions we're putting into place, what kind of equity process we're going to put in place as we look at potential future cuts, and then we're going to go over the current costs that we've incurred for the pandemic. But of course, in light of where we are at this moment in time, our number one priority is to eliminate the immediate threat to health, life, and safety presented by this pandemic, and to follow all guidance provided by health authorities. Next slide, please. So staff's been focusing on looking at what potentially could be the impacts of the pandemic on our revenues. It's been quite devastating. We have a lot of funding sources that comprise the city budget, not just property taxes. Property taxes is one component of many that aren't encompassing what we bring in each year in revenue, and a lot of our major revenue sources are going to take immediate direct hits. So we are not getting any very little parking revenue right now, very little ticket revenue. We're not issuing any tickets right now for anything unless it's an egregious violation. All recreation programs have been canceled, hotel taxes drastically down, and sales and income tax will be quite affected. And of course, all of these projections are evolving. We're starting to see some guidelines come out. It's a very interesting test case that some states have started to reopen in some phased fashion. So we're looking at those states and seeing how that's working and seeing what kind of recovery it's going to look like here in Illinois. We have a very high population density in the Chicago metro region, so that is going to make us a little bit different from some of the states that have started to reopen. But looking at those can give us at least some idea of how we might have to learn to adapt to the new normal. And the budget impacts, potentially could take a couple of years to recover, if not longer, because once a business is closed and a person has lost their job working there, it takes time for new businesses to want to start and have capital liquidity to do so, and then to hire employees and for the whole cycle of things to get back on track. So next slide, please. So we brought out the red ink for this slide, the sobering projections. Right now, you've heard us talk for a couple of weeks about 10.6 million. I just want to reiterate how very preliminary that is. That's the floor, not the ceiling. That's as low as it's going to be. That's the minimum amount of money that we're going to lose. It's very likely to be more, and it could grow up to 15 to 20 million, which is why we need to tap that line of credit this year in order to make sure that we don't run low on cash. We made some assumptions when we were calculating these with some level of recovery, mid to late summer, with much losses through the end of the year. But we don't know yet if the stay-at-home order will get extended into June. It's possible. Anything is possible, and if that happens, that will make it even more catastrophic. Next slide.
Erica, can you go back a slide? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Sure, go ahead.
So this $10 million, it's not like a year to date, like where we are right now, right? You're projecting out to December.
Correct.
Okay.
So because we're not doing it, we're not writing parking tickets, we're not going to get that ticket revenue. We've accounted for some of that. We're not getting the hotel tax, we're not getting as much liquor tax. All of those things are adding up to what we're projecting at a minimum will be a $10.6 million loss on the year.
You know what? I for this 10 million to make sense to me, I would want to see like what was the actual loss year to date. And I don't know how you calculate it, but
we've got it on the next couple slides.
okay, all right. You see where I'm going with it. Okay, thank you.
So from here, I'm going to hand it off to Hitesh.
Thank you, Erica. So this is the kind of, as Erica mentioned, the $10.6 million deficit. So this is like an estimated number about the general fund balance. So if everything had we budgeted $17.1 million fund balance to end the 2020. I mean, obviously one good news is only about the last year. We are right now going through the audit and we have $1.7 or $1.8 million surplus in the general fund. So that's one good news about the last year. Projected year end, after say we go with our projections of 10.6 deficit, then it could go down to 6.4 million, the fund balance at the end of the December. And the worst case scenario, thinking that, okay, we have a $20 million, things don't open, there are no football games and nothing, no athletic tax, amusement, we suffer a lot on the gasoline and the transportation tax and liquor tax and businesses. So we have a negative, like a $3.4 million. Next slide. Thank you, Kate.
Hitesh, can you just remind everybody how much money we like to keep in the fund reserve?
We have the city council has adopted the policy of 2 months operating expense as a fund balance. So which is like a 16% of the general fund operating expense. So which would be somewhere around $20 million.
So going into this crisis already, we were below what our sort of earmark is.
Right, and that's why if you remember the city council adopted like last year or year before, this was the second year to contribute to the fund balance, extra $1.5 million for 3 years to bring it to that level.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is like we just looked at some of the major revenues in any local government. Generally, it's the property tax, sales tax. So this is the combination of sales tax and use tax based on some of the numbers. And you see the one in the blue, which is pre-COVID. Obviously, it's the higher bar than the after the COVID. Where would we? And we right now, if you look into the memo, even we say that in basic sales tax, we might lose around 10%. In the home rule tax, it could be bigger because it impacts everything. So that we could lose 25% of there in the home rule sales tax. The other big one is the next slide, please, is the income tax. That's one of the other biggest sources. We get around $7 to $8 million there. And again, I mean, if the people keep losing jobs, they are not earning, they're not making money. This is the income which state shares based on the population. So we might see a reduction there as the incomes go down for the corporations, for the individuals. One of the other biggest source of revenue for us is the home rule tax, whether it's the hotel tax, amusement tax, athletic tax, liquor tax, local gasoline tax. So those would be impacted to a great extent. I mean, right now in our memo, we have projected hotel tax to be a 50%. but we still suspect whether, the parking tickets, even we have just a kind of a modest decrease right now at even, but that could be hit harder than this one. So we'll have to see that. And these numbers, continue to evolve with the situation, and we'll continue to update the city council where we are and how the picture looks like. So again, all those takes in, you see the big difference between the blue bar and the orange bar. So we are going to lose a substantial dollars here. Transportation tax, which is on Uber, Lyft, and others, and the parking tickets I just touched on. Again, we have the kind of modest numbers. I'm a little bit more conservative, but yes, if the situation doesn't improve in the next couple of months, we might lose kind of more than what we have shown here. The next, please. Okay, so we have the expenses here. I mean, so obviously, city manager has been working with the HR manager and the department directors. How can we bring the reduction, the expenses down? And the biggest cost is the personnel. So, and I think you already know about these things, that we had a layoff of the 8 full-time and the non-union employees, Parks and Recreation part-time employees, there were layoffs there, including the instructors, program assistants, and others. And the retirement incentive, I think Erica touched on that earlier this evening too, that some of those employees have taken on that advantage of the incentive. Next slide, in the details, expenses, I think Kate, can you kind of continue on this one?
Yep, thanks, Hitesh. Kate Lewis-Lakin, Budget Coordinator. So continuing on with some of the expense reductions that have been enacted so far, looking at those existing vacancies that are being held as the city is holding a hiring freeze right now, the non-union layoffs that were enacted, and some of the retirements that we've seen so far, we're looking at 51 vacant full and permanent part-time positions currently. Of these, 38 positions will continue to be held vacant, hopefully through the end of the year, at least until much later in the year. And these are in the general fund. So the savings for each month that these are held vacant is almost $300,000, $292,000, and then holding them vacant through December 31st would give us $2.3 million in savings. So again, on the personnel side, with holding on to vacancies and the hiring freeze, as well as the layoffs and retirements, that's some of the savings we are seeing there. Additionally, there are some positions in other funds that are vacant, either going into this crisis or due to layoffs or retirements as well. So we will see further savings for those funds. We are starting to look at the reductions, making reductions to, again, more of our non-personnel expenses, with a stated goal at the moment of about $1 million to find in the general fund. A couple that are on our radar right now, crossing guard contracts, that's about a $600,000 contract. We currently are not using crossing guards at the schools, as the schools are all closed. So the savings through the end of the school year, as the schools will be closed, we know till that long, we see about $150,000 there. The proposed changes to elm tree inoculation is again an option that's on the table there, that's been discussed. And we'll continue to move forward as stated. And then the JLL contract, which was also discussed earlier in the evening, we'll be moving the payment of that from the general fund, where it was initially proposed, to the capital fund, since it is serving maintenance and decisions related to our city assets. So that will be a bit of a savings in the current year.
Hey, Kate, I have a question. This is Alderman Fleming.
Mm-hmm.
So this reduction on this page with the $1 million goal. So the crossing guard, you said it's just to the end of the school year. We're not doing any projections with the fall yet, right?
Correct. Yes. So $150,000 is just through the end of the school year.
And then we didn't make any changes to the elm tree inoculation, so that stays at $800,000. So right now that savings is only $150,000.
That's correct. Yep. So this is the piece that we're still working on right now. But again, that $1 million accounts for about 5% of our budget. Of the non-personnel line items, in the general fund. So that's what we're targeting at the moment.
And just so everybody, Kate, watching at home understands, the 1.5 million is just robbing Peter to pay Paul. It means basically we were going to transfer, 1.5 million to these other funds, okay, and now we're not. So those funds are out of that anticipated money.
Correct. Yep. So the second bullet there, the reductions to transfers to the debt service fund, insurance funds, and equipment replacement funds. Debt service and equipment replacement both have a bit of fund balance that we can use this year in those funds and potentially reduce their transfers from the general fund. The insurance fund, there's some balance that we can use in our IPBC reserves. Again, the insurance fund is already sitting on negative fund balance, so the mayor's statement is true that this is changes within our own funds in the city's budget. Some of the savings that we have enacted that will help out some of the other funds outside of the general fund. The city's parking group has renegotiated our contract with SB Plus for management of our city-owned garages. They've reduced personnel on site for maintenance and security, and this has yielded a savings of $600,000 by year end for the parking fund is our expectation on those changes. At a full year, we'll see the savings at closer to $1 million. And we're hoping that existing city employees will be able to fill in on some of the functions that we've downsized on that contract for. Sure.
Can I ask a question? Who's responsible for renegotiating that?
That went through the parking group, so Luke Stowe and Mike Rivera were the lead on that.
Okay, thank you.
And then there was a discussion on April 13th at the city council meeting about the 2020 capital improvements plan. And that presentation included a reduction of the bonds by $3.5 million and $1 million for the water fund. So we are hoping to reduce our bond issue this year and scale down on capital improvements from what was proposed in the 2020 budget.
And Kate, can you remind everybody, and how much of a savings does that create for us? Because it's not like we're saving 3.5 and 1 million. We're just not doing those projects that we're going to be bonded, and then we're going to have to pay interest on that. So what's the real savings to us?
It's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's like a total $4.5 million, and with the interest, it could be anywhere from $6 to $7 million over 20 years life. So it's around $350,000 less in debt service
for this year. $350,000.
So when we add together all of the pieces that I covered, so again, we're starting off with a $10.6 million projected revenue loss. As stated, that is our projections through the end of 2020. Fortunately, we did come into this budget with an adopted surplus of $1.6 million, so that's going to help us out a bit up front. With the layoffs and vacancies that have been enacted so far, we're looking at $2.3 million savings from those. And then again, these next two pieces they're a bit aspirational at the moment, but we are working diligently on them, looking at non-personnel expense reductions as well as interfund transfers, gets us to a total budget savings enacted of $6.4 million. This still leaves us with $4.2 million on the table as a budget deficit in the current year. So we still have a lot of work to do, and we have a lot of room to go. And we're going to talk about how we're going to continue to approach this process going forward, as well as some of the other options that are on the table at this point. So again, on the personnel side, the city is currently in conversation. The city manager and HR director have been in discussion with the 4 employee unions to determine if there are other potential cost savings available in the current year. Some of these options that are being considered are unpaid holidays, furlough days, delays of annual sick and vacation payouts, reduction or change in staff hours, and additional staff layoffs. For every unpaid day taken by all full-time employees, the savings is $230,000. So that's sort of the metric that we have to go into these conversations with and know that that's the savings for every unpaid day that would be taken by all staff members. If every staff member were to take 10 unpaid days through the end of the year, that would yield another $2.3 million in savings. Again, this is a point of discussion with the unions, not something that's been enacted yet, but under consideration going forward.
Kate?
Yep.
Kate,
Go ahead, Peter.
can you hear me? Kate?
Yes.
We can hear you, Peter.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
So I just have a question. I'm looking through the first bullet point with the FOP patrol and sergeants. Are you going to at any point address police overtime? Because my memory tells me that it's somewhere around $1 million of what we budget, but I could be completely off.
That's what it was last year. We actually did increase the budget this year by about $500,000. And we were closer to budget last year than we were in 2018, the prior year. So we would hope that we would be actually able to meet our budget on that this year.
So you're still projecting $1.5 million in overtime, just given the current pandemic?
That's the way that we've been tracking so far. The first 3 months of the year, I'll be honest, are very low on police overtime. We usually don't see it until summer and fall. And that's when it really increases. So if things continue to be slow, we would hope that that cost would go down. And I think that's a conversation that we'll continue to be having with the police chief and the police department.
Yeah, I'm just gonna jump
I think that's definitely something to pay attention to, especially if in a previous comment, one of the staff mentioned if Northwestern does, although Northwestern does pay their fair share, but if we're not going to have football games, if everyone's still staying in place over the next couple of months over the summer, I mean, we should be looking very closely at that, I think.
Absolutely. I've been talking with the chief about overtime on a semi-regular basis. It's a very hot topic of conversation. We've implemented a number of measures in the police department over the last 6 weeks to try to reduce costs there, including a temporary change in the oversight and management of the police department, going from 3 deputy chiefs to 2, and then a considerable downward slope of lesser management in a manner that the chief is very confident that we can maintain our normal operations while just spreading everything out a little bit differently so that no one person has too many people to supervise. And he's also implementing, utilizing other groups of folks for when there's sick call-outs, instead of calling in somebody else to cover that on an overtime shift. Just having staff who are already on shift, whether they be from a specialized unit or a detective, have them put on a uniform and do a patrol shift to reduce that overtime expense. So I think we'll see a reduction. It's too early to tell how much it'll be, but certainly there's a lot less activity on the police side of things right now because there's not a lot of vehicle accidents, things like that. People aren't out driving. So we should see a considerable drop in that, and we'll continue to monitor it.
Perfect. I'm glad that's on the radar. And I guess if I was to ask on the other, our first responders on fire, I have no way of knowing, just with everyone staying home, are we seeing less activity in terms of responses to fires and other emergencies? Would you also keep track of that number as well?
Yes, last time I talked to Chief Scott 4 or 5 days ago, there was about a 20% reduction in calls right now to the fire department, just less, like I said, car accidents, things like that. But we're not able to achieve too much savings on the overtime side there because they do have a minimum staffing level and there's no other employees from which to draw on in that scenario.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But I did want to mention on this slide, it's a conversation with the unions, but ultimately we need to get to a mutual agreement. So, I cannot just put these into place. I have to get an agreement which would be signed off on by these union groups. And that's going to take some time. I've asked all of the city staff and the union representatives to watch the city council presentation tonight so that they could get the same level of understanding that the council is getting about where we are in terms of our expenses and in terms of our spending, and so that they can understand the financial picture that we're in, that it's not good and it's going to require some hard decisions to be made all around, and unfortunately probably some concessions to be made by our staff in the current year. So I'm hopeful. I have a lot of confidence in the union leadership. I think that they're all wanting to participate in these conversations with good intentions to try to help out where they can. But of course, it'll take some time to evolve and get to a final agreement. But this is where we are today.
Thank you.
And I have another question before you move past this. This is Alderman Fleming, past the expenses chart here for personnel. So can you talk through, I know we have to talk to the unions and such, and then I assume you'll make the same, whatever you agree with the unions will be the same thing that we apply for our non-union staff, but how have we thought about equity in terms of payment? So if I'm looking at 10 unpaid days, our staff who are kind of on the higher paid tier taking 10 days is very different than someone who's taken 10 unpaid days who's kind of at the lower payment. So has there been conversation around our higher paid staff taking any kind of, even temporary pay cut, or how are we going to look at trying to leveling that out? When we talk about 10 days, it's very different based on how much money you make.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you brought that up. So there was two things I wanted to mention about that, and I'm almost about to forget the other one. Yeah, I forgot it, but there's an overall package that we're trying to achieve with this, and so the 10 unpaid days, that may or may not happen. If that's the target, that could be one piece of the overall puzzle. Oh, I remember now what you said about, you're absolutely correct. Anything that we negotiate successfully with the unions will then be applied to the non-union folks. So if there were to be some agreement where everybody was going to take 10 unpaid days, yes, you're right, that would hit lower paid workers more than it would hit higher paid workers, but that's only going to be one piece of the puzzle. And another piece of the puzzle is likely going to be some 1%, 2%, 3%, I don't know what it is, pay reduction for folks potentially making over $100,000 a year or something like that. So we'll combine that with the furlough days so that there is a total package of concessions that we're all sharing in, but that higher paid staff potentially would take a larger hit than lower paid staff to sort of equalize that. And I believe that there's some slides coming up in the presentation that it's going to talk about the equity process and how we look at this, not just for the staffing and how we achieve savings on the staff, but also how we look at future programs that we may have to discontinue because we simply won't have the money for it, to look at how we look at that through an equity process.
Okay, my last question to that part then is, where are we at, or have you made decisions around, well, obviously there's no travel and training right now, but cell phone coverage that we provide for staff, car allowances and those things?
Yes, so we've already implemented a pause on all car allowances. So that went into effect last month. So any and all car allowances that were received by city staff were halted until further notice, which could be until the end of the year, could be longer, we're not sure. And then, yes, all training and travel has been halted unless it is required for a person's employment, certification, CDL, whatever it may be. So there won't be any, I would say, any training and travel that's not required from now until the end of the year.
And then our cell phone, are we still doing cell phone coverage for people working from home?
We are still doing cell phone stipends. We have not looked at that yet.
Thank you.
Conversation about equity and budgeting. Assistant City Manager Kimberly Richardson will be helping us lead this equity-focused process. The question really at this point in time is not just how do we go through our budget and try and cut line items, but we really need to be looking at this from a service level, just having the discussion on that level and considering what services are required right now, what do we need to be doing to serve our community best, and how can we make cuts smartly with regard to what those services are that the community needs. So again, to approach that service level discussion, we have a few questions we're looking at. How do we redress the resulting economic downturn and its immediate and future impact? How can we support the community and how can we support the local economy? To look at identifying core city services in the post-COVID-19 environment specifically, and to develop budget allocations based on revenue projection scenarios, looking again at some more conservative estimates as well as preparing for the worst cases and the severe impact scenarios. So these next two slides are just a couple comparisons of sort of the traditional model of budgeting versus what we're trying to do in this new equity-based model that we'll be taking forward as we, again, continue to look at services and how to make cuts in the current year. In the traditional model, when we're evaluating our current service needs, we're looking at what's required to be done versus what's nice to do. Equity-based model, we really need to be thinking about, and we'll be thinking about the health and safety needs being prioritized for all of our residents, looking at our current services and how they will need to be adapted based on the standards, and then again, looking at our current services to see what's going to need to be placed on hold given the realities of the world that we're facing. Assessing our current service levels instead of just looking at what can be decreased. There may be services that need to be increased right now to mitigate health risks, safety risks. What services are we doing that are not viable in the era of social distancing? And how will our vulnerable communities and communities of color be impacted? How will they be impacted? And how can we ensure that the services that we're providing are still serving those most impacted communities? Rethinking our service delivery, not just looking at sort of consolidation, again, shrinking, trying to figure out what that is in the traditional model, but in the equity-based model, ensuring that we're evaluating any changes that we're making to our services in response to the focuses that are going to be needed after the pandemic, after enduring health and safety, and of course the equity of our residents and our staff. After the service needs are established, making sure to develop costs of providing those services, and then knowing that there will be some hard choices to make. That again, we won't just be using financial strategies to go through and try and balance the budget line item by line item, but we will really be trying to look at new delivery models for some of our services, understanding that this has been an event that's causing a big impact to the community as well as to our staff members and to our operations. So to ensure that we are, able to provide the services that are needed right now, and to be able to analyze any impacts that our changes may have on vulnerable communities and communities of color going forward.
Kate, this is Alderman Fleming. I have one more question. Can you go back to the first page of the equity slide, please?
Yep.
So this, and I realize this is kind of just the tip of the iceberg here, but in the second part about the further budget adjustments in 2020, that second bullet, to what degree do we provide social services? I know these are just questions we're throwing out, but I would hope that our staff is going to think about, that question is more of just a discovery and then either an expansion or where there might be overlap as opposed to like a question of limitations. I think we'll have more social service needs as we continue through this pandemic and after. And so I would just point out that I hope that conversation is more of really assessing where we need to shore up some social service supports, maybe that are new areas which the city doesn't usually operate in. And then on the second slide there, where we got into the, we go to the second slide, thanks. The health and safety needs at the top, I understand how we're looking at that now. Just hope that as we, continue this equity model that we talked about doing in budget and even last year, right now we're looking at health and safety under the pandemic, but then we would continue to look at, all the other facets of equity as we're, evaluating and assessing, that we're not just focused on health and safety being the priority kind of as we move out of this realm of pandemic, right? We're looking at social distancing there, so I like that it's there for the assessing current service levels, but as we get out of social distancing, there'll be more things that come into play that we need to be thinking about. So, I appreciate that we're getting started there, and I did talk to Ms. Richardson about this, that this is kind of just a very high level model. But my last suggestion would be that we really make sure that we analyze these things and make these decisions based on some more tangible data. And I know we've struggled with kind of collecting some of this data thus far, but the best we can, that we really, include those citizens, that this is really kind of a very transparent and clear process, and that we use as much tangible data as we have on hand when making these decisions.
Absolutely, thank you. Some of the other budget-related items to just highlight and discuss, some that are on our radar as we continue to move forward in these discussions. Again, the line of credit with Byline Bank was discussed earlier this evening. This is specifically to improve our current liquidity and how that is looking given the delays and loss of a number of revenues. Discussing expanding our amusement tax to include streaming services. We would be targeting an October 1st effective date for this. So that is something that Chicago has done. Amusements, for the remainder of the year, I'm sure will look very different than we're used to seeing, and that will significantly affect that tax revenue. So trying to be mindful of where amusements are being consumed at this point, and consider making a change in that regard is something that we are looking at doing. And then start thinking about delaying funding of the reparations fund until January 1st, 2021. Again, we haven't seen the recreational cannabis revenue that will be funding that fund that will be coming in starting in July. But in order to, again, preserve liquidity, some discussions around delaying that funding into next year. And then moving on, the last couple of slides here will be related to specifically our COVID-19 response costs. So we're very closely tracking all costs related to COVID-19 to the city's response. And these are being reported daily to the Emergency Operations Command. The city is expecting reimbursement, hopefully through the FEMA Public Assistance Program that would cover approximately 75% of these expenses. Currently, the CARES Act distributions for local governments, many of us have heard about these, hoped that they would help Evanston. Those are currently only going to communities of 500,000 or more in population. So it's possible that Evanston may receive distributions through Cook County or the state of Illinois, but that's not a main target for reimbursement at this point. And then we consider to also pursue additional options for reimbursement. You heard earlier from Sarah about the CDBG additional funding that we're receiving, and then again, trying to pursue with Cook County or the state whether some of these CARES Act distributions could make their way to the city of Evanston.
This is Autumn. I'm going to have one more question. What's the likelihood of the FEMA reimbursement, and when exactly do you think we would expect it?
I think it's very likely, but the when is the really big question. We know the guidelines are pretty clear about what will get reimbursed by this point, and we have been really diligent on our documentation so far and think we will be able to receive that. But from what we've learned from Mayor Haggerty and other folks who've experienced in this area is that it could be, up to a year after the crisis ends that we get the reimbursement, and knowing that every community in the country is applying for this at the moment, we expect that it will certainly be delayed, but we will get reimbursed at some point, we hope, through that program.
I'll just add, we will be up there towards the front end of the line in getting our applications in and trying to get our reimbursement. How quickly the government moves on it, we'll have to see, but we, Evanston, will be, and Kate and the entire team is doing a really good job tracking expenses already, understanding what is eligible, what isn't eligible. So I feel like as a city, these guys are leaning forward, but we sort of wait right now for FEMA. They put their application in as a city, and we'll go from there.
Excuse me, this is Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Yes, go ahead, Rob.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah. So I was gonna try to wait until the presentation was over, but could you go back to the slide where you were proposing that we postpone until 2021 reparation funding? We have worked as a community to move forward with that goal. We've had subcommittee meetings. We've had significant community engagement. There is a plan and a path forward with a recommendation coming in June to have an introduction for the first remedy to repair damages that we have had consensus have happened in the Black community. So the trauma of COVID-19 and its disparity in the infection, the financial trauma that is further devastating the Black community, that is still in recovery from the 2008 recession, further highlights the need for us to prioritize this work and move it forward. So we have been working weekly behind the scenes, the subcommittee, thinking about how we might move this forward. I understand that the funds that the cannabis sales have continued to go forward. The funds are still expected. So there is no reason why we should delay this program. And I'm absolutely not in support of that. And I'm disappointed that it's even up as a discussion.
Yeah, and I guess Mayor, if I can just follow up on that, I feel just as strong that would have been nice to have some notice.
I've had my hand up. I've had my hand up the whole time.
I can't see it. I don't know.
I'm sorry. The mayor should see it. That's who should see it.
Right.
Can I finish
I cannot understand how this got up here without notifying the subcommittee. This is wrong. This is not money you have ever seen before. How disrespectful to put this up here and notify the community that this is probably going to happen. This cannot happen.
I will take responsibility for this one. So
it's shameful.
As your interim city manager,
I agree.
We're trying to help close the gap. At this point,
And now you've embarrassed us. You've embarrassed us because we have to intervene.
The city, look, I just feel like the city manager's job is to put forward solutions to a big,
But we could have been
to a big problem, to a big problem that we all have here, which is at minimum a $10 million deficit. I think it's much larger. Personally, I think it's much larger. And so the idea that we are going to sit here and attack the city manager because she is putting options up here for this.
It's not an attack of the city manager.
To discuss. Absolutely.
We're not attacking the city manager.
Put up here. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you. And so basically what I was going to say at the end of my statement, that I would respectfully ask that we remove this from the budget options. I realize it isn't something that we are voting on this evening, but just out of respect for the work, the staff and all the individuals that hold this very dear, I would respectfully ask that we just remove it from the list.
I'm happy to remove it from the list. I didn't mean any disrespect by it. I feel like this is one of several options that we have to consider, considering where we are. And I would never bring it up unless this was a catastrophic effect to our budget. And I will say that again. We are in a very bad place. And
we know.
Very bad places lend themselves to us having to look at absolutely every option and put it on the table.
I know.
Which is why we also talked earlier about Dutch elm disease injections. So, in my opinion, I will bring to you absolutely any idea I can think of until you tell me no. And you've told me no, and we will move forward. But
if only we could have talked about it.
Yeah, that's the point. This could have come up. We have open dialogue. This could have come up before. And I think you know that there would have been a strong opposition against this. And I don't think that the hostility, I think that we were having a conversation with the city manager. This is a discussion. This isn't a dictatorship. So for Mayor Haggerty, for you to be so hostile against Alderman Rainey just for sharing her opinion on this budget discussion, I don't think is reasonable.
I think you're disrespectful to a city manager whose job is to come forward and give us all the options in a terrible situation. Just because we might not like options, okay? And we're all entitled to like or dislike options, but we sit here and place some blame on her. I just find that upset. I find that upsetting. I find that upsetting to someone who is working day and night along with all the other staff to try and help us figure our way through this. That's all.
I'm sorry it came off that way. Here is my question. How is the pushback on reparations any different or more hostile then pushback on trees or anything else that was not in unanimous consensus?
Oh, I think it's all in the tone. I think if you go.
I'm
back
sorry.
and go
I'm
back
sorry.
and watch, I think if you go back and watch the tape, it's all in the tone.
And
It is in the tone.
if I can just make my final comment before, I was just going to say, I think this discussions, if we're going to make a comparison to the trees, definitely underscores the importance of this fund and the impact of the people that will be that will benefit from the systematic changes that are put in place. I think a quote that we often hear in the Black community is, when white America have a cold, the Black community has pneumonia. And so if we can move on with removing it, I think that will move us forward this evening.
I think we only had one last slide to cover. Kate, do you want to forward to the end?
Yep, this is the last slide here, just an overview of where costs stand on the COVID response at the moment. So some of our major cost categories are staff overtime, supplies, primarily our personal protective equipment, as well as equipment to set up some protections in our buildings and at our EOC. Lodging, again, this is the non-congregate housing in some of the hotels around town, and then some transportation to support some of those needs. So the total expenses through April 13, when this presentation was first drafted, was in the 400,000 range. We're now closer to 500,000 in what we've spent so far. We're projecting, if we continue to sort of stay at current operations through the end of May, in the 835,000 range. If that continues beyond there, we will see higher expenses. And then again, the bottom line is just the estimated city share of 25% of those expenses, with the hopes that we would receive FEMA reimbursement for the remaining 75%. Again, hopefully these costs will be reimbursed, but knowing that the federal government could see a delay in those reimbursements getting out, this is an additional cost that we will be facing this year, and that will go into our deficit conversations going forward.
So Kate, just on that point, I want to make sure everybody's clear. That estimated city share of 25% is really what's referred to as the non-federal share. So I've been working with, trying to advocate to our state legislators, others that ideally we'd want the state to pick up the entire non-federal cost share. I think that's unlikely, but at least to split that non-federal cost share with the local, thereby reducing it. So we'll see where that goes. Right now, the state has put a request in, to the president to increase that cost share to 100% federal. So there would be no local cost share. If that does not happen, then the other tack the city will take is looking at whether we can use CDBG funds as a match, which sometimes they allow you to do after disasters. So that could possibly be to match our to cover our cost share.
Just wanted to jump into and add one thing that we haven't talked about yet, and that is whether or not there would be any kind of additional funding coming from the federal government. So this has been talked about a lot for over the last 6 weeks, whether or not cities and states under the $500,000 population limit that was part of the CARES Act would potentially get additional funding from the federal government. We're not counting on it. That's where we're at. It's possible. It keeps being talked about, but the general consensus is that the magnitude of what's required to sort of build up lost revenues for every city in America is such a gigantic amount of money that the federal government presumably could not take on at this point in time everything else they've already done to try to mitigate the rest of the hazard to the overall economy. So, there's nothing in this presentation that says, maybe we'll get some federal aid at some point in time to offset our lost revenue. And right now, just the sobering fact of all of this is that, we're looking at potentially 4.6 million. We'll keep looking for ideas for how to reduce our expenses, but everybody is aware that, the majority of our expenses are personnel. So right now I'm looking at an additional 50 jobs that we may have to cut by the end of this year, just at the floor, not at the ceiling, at the floor. So that's a very challenging place for us to operate from at this point in time, knowing that could potentially double.
Ann, did you have some, Alderman Rainey, did you have your hand up?
No, I'm sorry. No, I was just fixing my camera.
Okay.
Kate, could you turn the presentation off, please?
Erica, I mean, you talked about layoffs and the 50 people just now at the end of the year. I mean, this financial crisis seems immediate to me.
Oh, no, I did not mean by the end of the year.
Okay.
If that's the way that it was interpreted, that's not what I meant. No, I'm talking about immediate, near term. We've got to do something now because you saw that trend line on our cash balance. You know, the worst case scenario is at the end of this year, we're $3 million in debt. That has wiped out every dollar that we have, and there's nothing left, and we're in the hole $3 million. That is potentially an outcome of this situation. So decisions are going to have to be made now, even without complete information about how long this is going to last and what those long-term effects are going to be, because we know at minimum what the damage is going to be. We don't know yet what the maximum of it is going to be, but we know that outside of personnel, there's not a lot of other wiggle room and a lot of other options that we have to tap. Like, we don't really have any other stones that we haven't yet unturned.
Other discussion or comments from anyone? All right. Thank you, Erica, Hitesh, Kate, for putting all this together. I know it's not easy, and we know there's lots of hard decisions that you have to make, and we as a council have to make. All right, we're going to go ahead now and move to the consent agenda. Alderman Fleming, can you do the council minutes and then go into APW? Go ahead today, because we didn't have a subcommittee. We're going to go ahead and go through it just like we did in the last meeting. So I'll have you go through each.
I'm sorry, with the minutes, I want to note a correction that Alderman Ravel sent in, so the minutes will be amended to reflect those corrections.
Okay, thank you, clerk.
All right, so Mayor, do you want to pull off? Are we pulling off any ones that people want to pull off consent agenda now, or just as I go along?
I'm going to have you go through each item, and then if somebody wants it pulled off, just chime in. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to move consent agenda. First item is CM1, approval of minutes for the regular city council meeting of April 13, 2020, and those are as amended per the clerk. And now for APNW, A1 is approval of City of Evanston payroll and bills. Staff recommends that we approve these for the period March 30th, 2020 through April 20th, 2020 in the amount of $2,882,784.01, and the bills list for April 28, 2020 in the amount of $3,494,212.88, and the credit card purchases for period ending February 26, 2020 in the amount of $193,367.73 for action. A2 is approval of BMO Harris Amazon credit card.
For that, please, Cicely. Thank you.
Okay, pull that. A3 is approval of replacement of one, and I'm actually going to pull off A3, please. A4 is, I'm pulling A4 off as well. A5 is approval of contract award with Pan Oceanic Engineering Company Incorporated for 2020 water main improvements and street resurfacing project. Staff recommend council authorize city manager to execute an agreement with Pan Oceanic.
Pull that, please, Alderman Fleming.
Yes, A5 is also off.
Thank you.
A6 is approval of the purchase of timekeeping software and time clocks with Tyler Technologies.
Pull that, please, Alderman Fleming.
Okay. A7 is approval of contract award with Hay and Associates Incorporated for Stormwater Master Plan. Staff recommend council authorize city manager to execute an agreement with Hay and Associates Stormwater Master Plan in the amount of $590,832.51. This project is funded from the sewer account. A8, I'm going to pull off, please. A9 is approval of funding for the demolition of residential structure at 1239 Leon Street. Staff recommends council authorize city manager to execute this agreement with MBR Wrecking Incorporated and ECOPRO Plumbing and Environmental Services for the asbestos remediation and demolition of a vacant, structurally unsafe residence at 1239 Leon. The cost is $48,900. The cost will be paid from grants. Grant provided by the Abandoned Residential Property Municipality Relief Grant and IHDA. A10 is Resolution 37-R-20, authorizing the mayor to sign the local public agency agreement and the city manager to sign the preliminary engineering agreement with the Illinois Department of Transportation and Stanley Consultants, Inc. for federal participation for the Ridge Avenue Traffic Sign Improvement Project. Project is funded by the Highway Safety Improvement Program grant funds, amount $138,380, and the city's Capital Improvement Fund 2019 General Obligation Bond in the amount of $47,603. A11 is Resolution 38-R-20.
Could you take that one off?
Yeah, A11 is off. A12 is Resolution 39-R-20, reimbursement of expenditures from general obligation bond issuance. Recommends this resolution authorizing payments relating to fiscal year 2020 penalty section for failure to comply with public health orders. I'm going to remove that one, please. A15 is ordinance 41-0-20, amending city code 7-4-1, permit required fees bonds, designate the public works director as the approval authority for excavations and restrict exhibitions in the winter months for action. That is the APNW agenda.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman.
Second.
Yeah. Oh, Alderman Rainey, let's have you go through P and D, and then we'll do a second at the end.
I think it's going to be pretty quick. P1, ordinance 47-020, amendments to Design and Project Review Committee. Staff is recommending that the council adopt this ordinance with changes to the city code regarding the membership of the Design and Project Review Committee. This is basically because of changes in title. Second is P2.
Please take that off. Remove that.
That's removed and will be discussed by the committee chair. Item P3, ordinance, ready? Taking it off, leaving it on. Ordinance 52-020, special use for a planned development located at 1555 Ridge Avenue. This is, it was introduced and the council at the last meeting amended by removing the ground floor unit to add 4 additional parking spaces and enable the building owner to lease unused parking spaces to the public. The ordinance and summary below reflects these changes. This is for action. I move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
All right. And Alderman Ravel, can you take us to Human Services?
Okay, this is item HS1, ordinance 32-0-20, amending the city code title 3 to restrict the sale and adoption of cats, dogs, and rabbits. I move approval.
Second.
Okay. All right, great. So we have a consent agenda. I forget, was there anything here that was for introduction and action tonight? There was.
Yes.
Yeah, A13.
A13. So could someone move that?
I move that we suspend the rules as to A13.
Okay.
Can we add to that, or do they have to be?
You can add, Alderman Fisk, if we have another item somewhere that's for introduction and action, you can add to that.
Yeah, it was HS, whatever the HS was.
Oh, the Human Services.
HS1.
Yeah.
That's for action. It's already for action.
Oh, is it? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think A13 was the only one that was for introduction and action. That was moved and seconded. City Clerk, could you take the roll, please?
On that motion? Okay, Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Sufferton.
Aye.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Sorry. Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right, so A13 was moved for introduction and action and passed that passed 9-0. Okay, we're now going to go ahead and have a vote on the consent agenda. That was moved and then seconded. City Clerk, can you take the roll, please, on the consent agenda?
Yes. Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Sufferton.
Aye.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right, great. The consent agenda passes the City Council on a 9-0 vote. We're going to move to the items that were moved to the consent agenda. We're going to start with A2. Alderman Fleming, if you could introduce that.
Yes, A2 is approval of BMO Harris Amazon credit card activity in February 6th, 2020 in the amount of $7,123.29 for office.
A second?
Second.
Okay. Seeing discussion, City Clerk, could you take the roll on A2?
Alderman Braithwaite. I'm sorry. Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Sufferton.
Aye.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Alderman Sufferton.
Aye.
You're abstaining on this one.
I'm sorry, you're right. I abstain on this one. Thanks.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right, so A2, approval of BMO Harris Amazon credit card activity passes the City Council on an 8-0 vote with Alderman Sufferton and abstaining. Alderman Fleming, can you take us to A3?
A3 is the approval of replacement of one Public Works agency rescue vehicle for National Fleet Auto Group. This vehicle has the amount of $287,605.86. Funding for the vehicle is from the Solid Waste Fund. This is for action.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, this is open for discussion. Alderman Fleming?
Yeah, I took this off. I understand the need for vehicles. I don't want to delay. I just think even though this is from the Solid Waste Fund, we have to be super prudent with our spending. We just had a very bleak presentation. And I would just prefer that we hold off on purchasing this vehicle. I understand it's 2 payments, one this year and one next year while it's being built, but I would prefer that we hold off until even the fall when we have a better idea of what our summer looks like and the revenue and where we're going to be sitting with all the decisions we have to make. So I'll be voting no for this one.
Any other discussion? Alderman Wilson?
I do agree that we should just wait a minute on this. I don't know that I maybe not say no to it, but maybe just hold it out till the summer. Would that make more sense instead of saying we definitely don't want to do it? Any thoughts on that?
Let's go to Director Stonebeck.
Good evening. This is a 2008 truck. It's one of 2008 trucks that we still are in service of the 11 vehicles that we run on a daily basis. Trucks generally have a 10-year life expectancy, so this truck is already 12 years old. The next one will be 13 years old. If you keep deferring them, we will not be able to collect the recycling because we won't have trucks that are operating.
Can I ask one question about this truck? I know that a truck recently failed just off Ashland with the hydraulic pump system. Was it this truck or was that a different truck?
I don't know, and a hydraulic failure is not necessarily an indication of the overall truck condition. But
okay.
As a 2008 vehicle that's used daily going through alleys, these trucks take a lot of wear and tear, and we unfortunately 4 trucks were purchased in 2008, and we have 10 large trucks. We should be replacing a truck a year to keep them on a regular schedule. I'm trying to stretch the life of this one and the other one so we can get onto that schedule. I'm really fearful of these trucks failing because of their age and how long they've been in service.
And I do appreciate that. And And I guess that's why I'm not inclined to outright say no, but I would feel a little more comfortable if we had some more, circumstances, information before we, gave it a green light. It's got a long lead time. I wouldn't want to, have them build a chassis and then call them up and say, okay, stop building the truck. Something like that would be, really unideal. So
Alderman Wilson? Oh, sorry. I'm raising.
that's all. I just think we should wait a little bit.
All right, Alderman Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would support holding off, and I'd be very curious to see if there's a service report for that vehicle. If he could send members of the city council, or just me if I'm the only one who cares.
No, I would like to see it as well.
Yeah. Big spend.
And I'm happy to, like I said, I need to vote no the way it's written, but I'm happy to support moving it till later in the summer. I mean, we have a lot of things, our shoreline and all these things. So I'd like to wait till later in the summer or even in the fall when we have a better idea. Hoping that we'd be a couple months late in getting it when it's finished being built, but we still would have a new truck.
I'd like to see it back in a month. Just 1 month, please. I think.
So I'd like to
waiting too long is a mistake on this.
I was going to move that we hold it until the first regular meeting in July.
Second.
All in favor?
I won't be at that meeting, as a matter of fact.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so this item's going to be held and returned at the first meeting in July. Luke, did you want something? I saw your hand up, Luke Stowe. Did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I think the one concern that we had, and it sounds like we'll take it up again in July, is as Alderman Wilson referenced, the lead time on that truck is a very long time. I think Director Stoneback can elaborate, but it's in the neighborhood of 9 months or longer. So I think that was one of the concerns that we had about holding off on the item, and the fact that it was coming out of the solid waste fund was one of our consideration points too.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Alderman Fleming, can you take us to A4?
Yeah, A4 for approval of contract award for Green Bay Road planting project with nature's perspective. $58,640 funding for this project is included in the fiscal year 2020 capital improvement fund.
Can somebody mute that's not muted? Go on, Alderman Fleming.
Oh, I finished. I'm going to read it again. Did you not hear me?
No, I think we heard you. Was there a second to that?
Second.
Okay. This item's open for discussion.
I pulled it off just for the same consideration. I appreciate Laura explaining that this was something we had paid a contractor for, that they didn't complete the work, and now, we need to complete the work. However, because it's landscaping and it's not, it's more just a visual project, I would also like to hold off on that. I think that the $58,000 maybe can be spent on a different project that we might find we have that actually is one that has to do with health and safety and immediacy.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, this was moved and seconded. City Clerk, could you take the roll, please? On A4, this is the approval of a contract for the Green Bay Road bioswale planting project with nature's perspective.
Alderman Braithwaite.
Oh, aye. Sorry.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Suffredin.
No.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
No.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right, A4 passes the Evanston City Council on a 7-0 vote. Alderman Fleming, can you take?
7-2.
I'm sorry, yes, 7-2, sorry about that. Okay, Alderman Fleming, can you take us to A5?
A5 is the approval of contract award with Pan Oceanic Engineering Company Incorporated for the 2020 water main improvements and street resurfacing project. project is in the amount of $3,053,230. Funding is from the water fund, the sewer fund, and 2020 general obligations funds. This is for action.
Second.
Discussion?
Alderman Fleming, which one did you just?
This is A5, the main water improvement, Peter. I think you pulled it off.
Yeah. So I just wanted to double check with Dave on here. I believe this is the last alley that is going to be improved. In the first paragraph, you talked about it, the waste transfer settlement, Dave.
As part of this project, yes, we would, we're installing the water main, we're installing the relief sewer on Dewey Avenue, and we're extending it up to Lyons, and then over to the alley that's from Lyons to Church Street. We will connect to, there's actually 3 alleys that would be improved and connected to the relief sewer, 2 that are between Dewey and the waste transfer station, and then the one that's north of Lyons. So that's all part of this. This sets it up to be able to do those alleys.
Well, I remember that discussion. After this is over, can you provide a report to myself and Alderman Simmons, just in terms of dollars that have been spent out of that fund, and what's the balance remaining?
Yes, I would prefer to do that after we actually bid the alley work, which would be later this year.
Okay.
And then we'll have the actual bid prices, and I'll be able to give you the summary of the revenue brought in and the expenses from.
And will this, sorry to interrupt you, and will this project complete all the alleys that we had identified?
Again, the actual alleys aren't in this project. They'll be in a later project for the alley improvement. But yes, it would complete the 3 alleys that we had previously identified.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, City Clerk, could you please take the roll on A5, approval of contract award for the Pan-Oceanic Engineering Company, Inc. for the 2020 water main improvements and street resurfacing project?
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Lou Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Sufferton.
Aye.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
And Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right, A5 passes the City Council on the 9-0 vote. Alderman Fleming, can you take us to A6?
Sure. A6 is approval of the purchase of timekeeping software and time clocks with Tyler Technologies. This is in the amount not to exceed $45,092. And the funding comes from, let's see, the general fund and the water fund and the fleet fund. This is for action.
Second.
Okay. This is open for discussion. All right, seeing no discussion, City Clerk, could you take the roll on A6, please?
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Lou Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Sufferton. Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right, so A6, approval of the purchase of timekeeping software and time clocks with Tyler Technology passes on an 8-1 vote. Alderman Fleming, can you take us to A7?
A7 is approval of contract award with Hay and Associates Incorporated for Stormwater Master Plan. This is in the amount of $590,832.51. The project is coming from, the funding is coming from the sewer fund. This is for action.
For a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
I just have,
Alderman Fleming?
yeah, I'm going to support this because I had a long email with Laura, but because it's such a high amount, can staff kind of give us an overview of what this is for the public and a little bit of information about why we can't do this in-house?
Good evening, Dave Stonebeck again. This is a study that will determine both the flow of the water through the sewer pipes as well as the overland flow. And that's the issue that we're fearful of as weather climate is expected to change, bringing in shorter duration, more intense rainfalls. So we want to try to determine where the overland flow will go, who it will impact, and how we can reduce that impact. This ability to model the storm sewer is challenging in that we have a combined sewer system with restrictors and drainage structures. And so you're actually running cutting edge software between two models to get a fair evaluation of what will happen with the stormwater. So the city does not have the software needed to be able to do this work. And although we have two engineers that are familiar working in hydraulic models, the amount of time that it will take to model the entire city, the consultant is including, I think, 4,600 man hours to do this work. So that would take both of these employees working a full year on nothing but this project to be able to complete it. And that's just what we don't believe is a good value for those employees to do.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, could you take the roll on A7, please?
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Sufferton. Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
You're muted, Judy.
Aye.
Thank you.
Now, Alderman Sufferton, I didn't catch your vote on that.
Aye.
Okay, so A7 passes the City Council 9-0. Alderman Fleming, can you take us to A8?
A8 is approval of Cradle to Career annual payment. Staff recommends a payment of $50,000 to support the efforts of Cradle to Career. The funding, funding account that has a budget of $50,000 for action.
Second.
Okay, this is a discussion. Alderman Fleming?
Yeah, so I appreciate the community members came to speak about this earlier. I've looked at the memo. I've had concerns year after year. I appreciate the work the Cradle Career has done. I've asked the last 2 years, I think, for a more frequent update of their work. It tends to come the night or the week that they are asking for the funding. I also last year suggested that they apply through the mental health board so that there's more kind of a process of tracking up information and what their outcomes are. That also did not happen. So tonight, as much as I value some of the stuff they're doing, I cannot go forward with this $50,000 payment again in lieu of the we had. My other concern is that I looked at the report given in the packet, one page of all the activities they have done, which again are valuable, all have to do around the COVID-19. And so there was not as much information about what they've done throughout the rest of the year. All that activity has been the last couple of months. If I look at this $50,000 and how else we can use it, our General Assistance and Emergency Assistance Fund has been pretty heavily tapped just in the last month. And so if I just kind of look at this with our Emergency Assistance Fund, we could serve 33 more families, and that can pay potentially 33 families rent for a month with this $50,000. So I am going to respectfully decline this payment and hope that we can find a better use for this money that's going to sustain more families in town immediately.
Thank you. Alderman Ruth Simmons and then Alderman Wilson.
Thank you. I'm in strong support of this $50,000 for the great work that Cradle to Career is doing. They are reaching our less engaged, harder to reach communities and doing a wonderful job under the direction of Kimberly Holmes, the work that she's doing with the advocates and the micro grants that they're putting in the hands of neighborhood leaders that are supporting and uplifting the community, the vulnerable community. The work that they've done around COVID has been tremendous. Their advocacy in getting messaging out about census participation and how important that is in the services that we receive from the government. Their work with the assessment that they did, 200 e-cards were sent out. They were able to gather that we had high need, 80% food insecurity. They're responding to that in different ways. They're really doing a great job of reaching our immigrant community, the Haitian community, specifically our Latinx community, where we're still struggling to reach that community. They're doing that as our partner. They're working with the other very mature nonprofits and institutions in town. And I've heard nothing but really great feedback about their work. I haven't necessarily seen a detailed report over the year, but I have seen the work in action in the community, in the residents, and in the programming that they're delivering. I hope that we can continue to support this program.
Thank you, Alderman. We've got Alderman Wilson, and Alderman Rainey, then Alderman Braithwaite.
Thank you. And I agree with everything Alderman Simmons just said. One thing I will just, I guess, add to that is that there is a lot of value in this, in that the coordination work and the community partners that are doing this work really take a lot of the burden that we would otherwise have to undertake, and that we don't have the capacity to handle, at least not at that kind of a price point. So I appreciate this work. I appreciate the coordination that goes into it. And as we heard from the community partners who spoke, I do think that it has an impact and it is effective. And we do get a lot of value for that money.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Rainey?
Well, I was going to say exactly the words of Robin and of Don, and there's no reason to duplicate it. But they also did some very serious work for community development block grant for Sarah Flax that was invaluable, the survey that they did for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Alderman Braithwaite?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just going to support Alderman Wilson and Alderman Rainey. I think when we established this partnership under the older city council, we understood going into this relationship that it would take a while to see the results. And I'm really glad to see that when we needed that organization the most, they were here and providing the support and partnership with the other organizations and our staff. So I'm definitely going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more hands, City Clerk, could you please take the roll on A8, the approval of the Evanston Cradle to Career Annual Payment?
Alderman Braithwaite. Aye. Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Suffolk.
You're muted, Tom. You're muted.
No.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
No.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right, so A8, approval of the Evanston Cradle to Career Annual Payment passes the Evanston City Council on a 7-2 vote. Alderman Fleming, could you take us to A11?
A11 is Resolution 38-R-20 establishing limits on third-party delivery service fees. This is for action.
Second?
Second.
Okay, this is open for discussion. Alderman Wilson?
I've been giving this a bit of thought over the weekend, and honestly I'm kind of struggling with it because generally speaking I don't like the idea of having the government set prices for things, but at the same time I'm viewing this not just as a cost issue, but it's more of a like a consumer information kind of an issue. For example, if you look at a website, one of the vendors, one of the delivery companies has this pop up and it says, help your local restaurant and you get your first delivery for free. But it doesn't sound like the fact of the matter is that it's actually free. The restaurants are paying these additional charges. I also don't think that it's clear to the consuming public that you might have a fee as the purchaser, but the purchaser doesn't realize or recognize that there's that there's also this commission that's getting charged. So I guess I kind of looked to the group, see if there's maybe a way to adjust this a little bit. I understand the concern and the problem. I'm not sure if this totally fixes it. So any thoughts?
Alderman Severn?
And I've had discussions with representatives of a few of these companies since this was brought to my attention and I brought it to theirs. There's a chance we could come up with something better that we could talk about in 2 weeks. The issue is during the executive order, this is all restaurants have is food delivery. We are at tremendous risk of losing a lot of restaurants. These companies aren't bad actors or evil or anything like that. Like I said, I've had good discussions and maybe we can come up with something better. But under the situation that we're in now, which is an emergency, I think a 15% cap is reasonable. I want to be clear that my intention, it may be not clear in the way this is drafted, that this only lasts for the duration of the emergency. I agree with you, Alderman Wilson. I don't generally want to be involved in this type of regulation, but since we're in a situation where restaurants are on the edge of surviving and not, and as a city, we've traditionally not been shy about taxing and feeing restaurants. I feel like we have an obligation to local businesses here to try and protect them and keep them going. But having said that, if I can continue discussion with these companies and find something better to bring back in 2 weeks, I will do that. But in the meantime, time is really of the essence, and we're looking at people being locked down June 1st. So I hope we can get an aye vote today, and I want to continue to work with these companies. But they are not bad actors or inherently evil. I want to make that clear. They're willing to be good partners here. And so, like I said, I've had good discussions with several companies and their representatives.
Thank you, Alderman.
I have Alderman Sufferton.
Yes.
In the discussions, was there a direct ask for them to reduce it, and was it a flat no that the model doesn't work at a lesser rate, or?
No. Well, the situation, as I understand it from these discussions, is each company has different, and the flat rate obviously works better for some companies than others. I was told that there are companies that are already below 15%. Some may be higher. Some provide different levels of service. Obviously in normal times, the trade-off that a restaurant makes is in exchange for this commission, you have much greater reach than you would otherwise. But we're not in normal times right now. I sent a proposal just as this meeting started. That's something I'm happy to distribute. We can talk about in 2 weeks. But the reality is we're talking about a month where we will lose restaurants if we don't do something, and wasting 2 weeks within that month just doesn't seem practical. So I would hope that we could vote on this tonight. And if we can come up with something better in 2 weeks, we can go with that. And just also, I would say, in all of our discussions tonight, we don't know how long this is going to last. So, right now, I think it's appropriate to put it in place until June 1st, and then we'll know more in 2 weeks about what kind of duration we're talking about, and if it's something sustainable and reasonable.
Thank you. We've got
Mayor?
I got a whole bunch of. Let me go Alderman Braithwaite, then Alderman Nguyen, and then I'll take other hands.
Thank you. So this is actually a question for Alderman Sufferton. And first, thank you for raising the issue. I'm trying to understand, is the advocacy for the consumers or for the restaurant owners that have to manage this fee? I was just a little bit unclear with that. Can you help me understand that?
This puts a cap on what the third-party delivery services can charge the restaurant.
Okay, that's what I was hoping to hear. Okay.
Alderman Nguyen?
Well, I think this is I agree with the discussion in terms of not necessarily want to interfering very much, but I think as Alderman Sufferton is saying, is at a time right now when our restaurants are surviving on the takeout, this is then scooping out an additional amount from them. And I have to say, as someone who, orders out, I just call the restaurants directly, but occasionally the first ad that pops up is a Grubhub ad or one of these delivery ads. And they don't necessarily tell you, just like credit card don't tell you that when you use a credit card at a particular store, that store is going to have to pay 3% to them.
Right.
But I think that this higher percentage, I was surprised at the higher percentage. And, I do understand there are plenty of stores that don't use certain credit cards because of the fees. But I think in this case, like Alderman Wilson was saying, I think it's a consumer issue because I would much more readily call the restaurant directly to make sure that they don't lose this 35%. But I think because many people don't know that they should just skip down and find the restaurant directly. I think that this is a way for us to help the restaurants at a time when they don't have people sitting there ordering drinks. They don't have their normal revenue streams. So, I would propose we leave this in place till July 1st because it's going to be a long time before some of our restaurants are back up and running because, people are going to be reluctant to go back for a while. So, and I'm happy to revisit it at on July 1st.
Alderman Sufford, and then we got Alderman Fisk.
Sure. If I could just jump in, I appreciate that, Alderman Lynn, but I would hope that we could stay with the governor's executive order expiration because in my discussions with these companies, I told them that was my intent. And
okay, all right, that's fine with me. Yeah.
Thank you,
Alderman Fisk.
Yeah, I think just one sec. Yeah. Alderman Nguyen brought up a good point. When I was a small business owner, from time to time, people would use a credit card and say, oh, this is so great, I'm getting a free trip. And isn't my credit card wonderful? And I go, we're really paying for that. So we're absorbing the cost of your free trip and we hope you have a good time and we're really glad you're doing that. But if people just weren't making that logical jump to who exactly is footing the bill. So I think it would be really interesting for our economic development staff or the various, main Dempster Mile or downtown Evanston or whoever to encourage people to go to the websites of the individual restaurants. And so that all the money that is possible stays within those restaurants. It doesn't have to be distributed out. Now that depends, of course, on the restaurants being able to, have a person run and do deliveries or a willingness on the part of the public to actually go and pick up their food. But I think we can do a little bit more educating, assuming that folks just really don't know where the money's going.
Thank you, Alderman. All right, seeing no more discussion, this item was moved and seconded. This is A11, Resolution 38-R-20, establishing limits on third-party food delivery service fees. City Clerk, could you take the roll, please?
Quite happily. Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Suffredin.
Aye.
Alderman Revelle.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
And Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right, A11 passes the Evanston City Council on a 9-0 vote. Alderman Fleming, could you take us to A14?
A14 is ordinance 54-0-20, amending portions of the city code, powers and duties to include pandemic and the penalty section for complying with public health orders. This is for introduction and action.
A second?
Second.
All right, this is open for discussion. Alderman Fleming?
Yeah, I just took it off for a clarifying point. So in the ordinance, there's a fee, I think, of up to $150. And so since we just started the ordinance for face covering, I think I just wanted to clarify if that is something of which someone can be fined the $150.
Good day, members of the city.
Welcome.
Good day, members of the city council. Can you hear me?
We can hear
Yes.
you. Go ahead, Ike.
Absolutely. Okay, great. So this particular ordinance has been void of any enforcement fees. And this will pretty much apply to any activity that anyone indulges in where an individual can spread a disease. So it can range from having large gatherings, mask wearing, grocery stores, you name it. So we just wanted to give this ordinance some enforcement teeth so that whenever there is a need for it, that it will be available to us. So it pretty much encompasses any situation whereby an individual or individuals can spread a disease.
Okay, so can we just, since the mask ordinance is relatively new, and I know before that, we still haven't closed our beachfront and things, the police are monitoring and feel like people are, relatively compliant. So if I go into the grocery store tomorrow, I do not have on my face covering, somehow or another, the police are alerted. What would that interaction be? I just want to be very clear for folks so they don't think that this is now a revenue generation for us.
Absolutely. It isn't a revenue generator for us. And typically, the health department, we are not inclined to issue fines. We are more inclined to provide education. If push comes to shove, this is pretty much the last resort for us to gain compliance. But this is not an opportunity for us to fine. We first of all educate and give people the opportunity to correct an issue. And if that issue isn't corrected, then this will be our last resort.
Okay, thank you.
So far we have not issued, from the health department, we have not issued any fines yet. We've issued a number of letters to non-essential businesses, but no fines. We try as much as possible to provide education.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing no more discussion on this, City Clerk, can you please take the roll on A14?
Alderman Braithwaite. I'm sorry. Okay.
Alderman Braithwaite? Go on with the roll.
Okay. Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Heffernan.
Aye.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right. Item A14, ordinance
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
54-0-20, amending portion of the city code powers and duties to include pandemics and a penalty section for failure to comply with public health order, passes the Evanston City Council on a 9-0 vote. Alderman Rainey, could you take us to P2?
Yes, sir. This is ordinance 49-020, and it's for action. Recommended action is Plan Commission and staff recommend adoption of this ordinance. It is a special use and a plan development, a drive-through facility for a financial institution with multiple variations. I should point out that at our last meeting, we discussed serious issues with the alley, and I'd like to itemize several items that were resolved with the daycare center that is down the street, and where they exit on and off the alley. Number one, the developer has agreed to warning lights on the drive-through exit, loading dock, and parking ramps to indicate when a car or truck will be entering the alley. Number two, door or gate at the parking ramp entrance and exit to slow vehicles as they enter the alley. Three, mirrors mounted on the building at the drive-through exit and parking ramps to increase visibility of motorists as they enter the alley. And four, speed bump in the alley to slow traffic in the alley. I move approval.
Second.
Okay, the item's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alderman Wilson and then Alderman Fisk.
I'll mention that they've also increased the public benefits by agreeing to put $50,000 into the housing, into housing.
Great. Alderman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you call on me?
I did, yep.
Oh, okay. Well, I asked for this to be taken off the agenda. I am going to vote against it for the reasons that I stated before, although I appreciate the work of Alderman Rainey and Alderman Wilson regarding the alley. I just think that the variances requested here are so out of proportion to what was ever intended by the plan development ordinance that I just don't feel comfortable with it. I'm also just very troubled by the intersection of the access to the banking machines, the teller machines, across the pedestrian way and across our bike lane. And that's always been a problem since the beginning. I just don't see that that's something that we can overcome. I mean, hopefully in the future, Chase allows the the building to take over that access. But I think that it's a dangerous situation, and I'm very uncomfortable with the precedent that it sets. Now that being said, I've always supported the idea of restoring the ground floor active retail on the block of Davis Street. I'm sorry that the decision was ever made, whenever it was, to do away with that. So I think it's a good return of it. But I just really don't feel comfortable with any of the variances that are being requested here. So I will be voting against it.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, Clerk Reed, could you please take the roll on P2 Ordinance 49-0-20, special use for a planned development and drive-through facility for a financial institution at 605 Davis Street. This is for action. It was moved and seconded. Yes.
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Suffredin.
Aye.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
No.
All right. P2 Ordinance 49-0-20 passes the Evanston City Council on an 8-1 vote. Okay, we're going to move now to call of the wards. And so, Braithwaite, start with you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to continue to thank our staff for all the wonderful work that they're doing during this pandemic. In addition to that, acknowledge our community partners who are really stepping up. Acknowledge our teachers who are working very hard to continue to educate our kids, as well as all the residents who are doing their part to stay in place. I think there are we've had to deal with a lot of complaints these past couple of months, and the stress and anxiety and uncertainty definitely is wearing on many, but I will share that I've seen more graciousness and generosity coming out of this community that I love, and it's been wonderful. This coming Thursday, we will have the second ward, our first virtual meeting. It'll be at 5 o'clock. We'll have the director of Erie, director of operations from Erie, May 1st, they're going to start testing their community or folks that are registered through Erie starting May 1st. So we're going to hear more about that. And if you are interested in getting tested, we'll tell you how you can do that. We'll also have Director Ogbo as well as part of that meeting. So more information to come in the next day by way of newsletter. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Nguyen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo Alderman Braithwaite in thanking our staff again for continuing the superb work that they are doing. I hear over and over again from residents that they feel very well communicated with. They really appreciate everything that the staff is doing, and really are pulling hard for the staff, and really appreciate that. I also want to thank our first responders and also our essential workers, and we have many of them, and so and also the residents, because you can tell, as Alderman Braithwaite said, people are really trying to do their part. And so I think as a community, we all are pulling together, and I think that the hard work is still ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson.
I agree with all of that. I just want to express my appreciation for the staff, for our community, and for all of you. It's a lot of work done so far and a lot of work to be done. So I just appreciate all of the effort that's going into it.
Thank you. Alderman Bruce Simmons.
Thank you. And in agreement with my colleagues, thank you to everyone in the community that is working hard and serving in the ways that you're able. I want to invite the 5th Ward to our weekly ward meeting. This week we will have Dr. Oscar Allen. He is epidemiologist, chief of programs and services at the National Association of County and City Health Officials. We will also have Director Hemingway will be there to share in more detail summer programming. And we will have our regular updates, including reparation updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Sufferman.
Just echo what everyone said, and in particular, really like to thank Paul D'Agostino for his years of service to the city.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Ravel.
I would like to go back to the last photo that you showed, Mayor Haggerty, in your opening remarks. It was the picture of the fire department and the police outside of our hospitals, recognizing our wonderful hospital workers. If people in the community haven't seen those videos yet, I encourage you to go see. They're very heartwarming. Will really make you feel really proud of our community and all the people who are stepping up to keep us safe, and the fact that people are really recognizing the wonderful work that so many people are doing. So I really highly recommend those two brief videos of our first responders recognizing the service of our hospital workers.
Thank you, Alderman Ravel. Alderman Rainey.
Thank you. I want to say to Erica Storley that it was nothing more than passion, and shocking that somebody was going to tread on the reparations money, because we have made so many promises to the community, and perhaps we can meet and figure something out. But I certainly thought tonight, as we went through all of the various items under administration and public works, how some of our constituents can say that we shouldn't be doing any work other than COVID work during this period of shelter in place. That's impossible. Our city is so vibrant. Our city keeps working, and the wonderful work that our staff is doing in addition to emergency operations is just amazing. You know, the city continues to work, and they're very productive in all sorts of ways. So I appreciate that just more than anything. And I want to say thank you to Paul D'Agostino, and I'm sure maybe he was watching. I don't know, that we saved some more elm trees tonight. And also to Scott Williams, who over my years has saved so many buildings because of his expert inspections and just being so careful of our housing stock and his demand for decent housing for people. So that's it.
Thank you, Alderman Rainey. And for those that tuned in after the beginning, we are going to celebrate the retirement of many of these incredible public servants at a later time. Alderman Fleming.
Yes, thank you. I did know all of our staff were retired, but I do want to thank Vera for her 34 years of service in Parks and Rec. If you ever bought a beach token, you probably had met her. And so thank you to Vera. Also, thank you to our staff, particularly our staff who are still outside every day picking up trash and recycling and cleaning the streets and all the things that you maybe never noticed when you were at work during the day that you're noticing now. So I want to thank you to all those staff. Also, just wanted to thank all the staff who come out every Tuesday and Wednesday over to the food pantry. So last week we had 400 boxes of food, actually 415 boxes of food, serving over, we had over 1,200 people. So we try to track the number of people in the family. And so we did have a few people we turned away last week. And I also want to thank our outreach team who delivers boxes to seniors. So I know that's a vital service. We want those people to obviously be fed and happy, but we need them to stay home and be safe as well. So our outreach team does a great job every Wednesday delivering boxes to people's homes so they can shelter in place and stay safe. So my last announcement is that I have some reusable face masks for 9th Ward residents. So I will continue to post that on Facebook. But if you live in the 9th Ward or someone you know lives in the 9th Ward, you do not have to have a face mask. Our ordinance is just for face covering, but I do have some reusable face masks that I'm giving away. So please send me an email and I will be happy to get one to you.
Thank you, Alderman. And Alderman Fisk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, again, I want to thank everyone, including our wonderful staff and our first responders who have been so magnificent while this is going on, and also our residents, as always. We think about you all the time and try to think about ways of making all of this a little bit more bearable for everyone. I just wanted to mention about the 6-foot rule. My understanding is that that has been extended to 15 feet if you are actively exercising or running. So you might want to extend that distance a little bit if you're on the lakefront and running at full speed, stay a little bit further away. And then finally, I want you to join with me to say goodbye to a wonderful community woman, Rosemary O'Neill, who was 96 and who passed away last week. She was amazing. I mean, just the most amazing person. She lived in the house where she grew up with her parents and her brother, Bill O'Neill, a house designed by Dwight Perkins on Sheridan Road. I think the last taxpayer on Sheridan Road between north of downtown and to Milburn. But Rosemary was wonderful, and not only that, but she knew everybody and knew everything. So I don't think there was any secret that she didn't know the backstory of. And she will be very, very missed, and especially when she would get all dressed up and come to council. I absolutely love that. And she, would always use more time than she was allotted, but she'd give us all a lot of information at that microphone. So for Rosemary and her family, the extraordinary life that she had, and a true gift to the community, I will bid a fond farewell.
Interesting.
Thank you, Alderman. Erica Storley, before we read into executive session, can you explain how this is going to work for the council and myself?
Executive session, we're just going to read the notice, and then everybody just stay on the call, and then everybody else will drop off, and then we will start that section of the meeting.
Okay, so you or Luke will make sure everybody's off that needs to be off, that we don't have anybody accidentally on that executive session. Okay. Thank you. Alderman Wilson, can you read us into executive session, please?
Yes, pursuant to 5 Illinois compiled statutes, ILCS 120/2A, I move that the City Council convene into executive session to discuss an agenda item regarding real estate. The agenda item is a permitted subject to be considered in executive session and is an enumerated exception under the Open Meetings Act. The exception is 5 ILCS 120/2A C6.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. City Clerk, could you please take the roll? You're muted. You're muted right now, Devon.
No, I'm muted. All right, Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Lou Simmons.
Aye.
Alderman Sufferton.
Aye.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
And Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
Well, thank you. So on a 9-0 vote, the Evanston City Council is going to recess into executive session. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. And our next meeting will be Monday, May 11th.